Good morning, everyone. Barry Anderson from Trade Ideas here. Just a quick sound check. I'll come back around 6:15 or 9:15, 6:15 my time. Just want to make sure the sound is okay in both rooms. There's maybe a couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me. See my screen in the main room. Okay, I think you're saying yes. Okay, thank you very much. So I'll be back at about 9:15, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. So, I guess the official welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre Market Show for Tuesday, April the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So, I know guys can hear me in our the main room and see my screen. Just maybe somebody in our YouTube room could do the same for me. Then I thank you very much, Pepe. Much appreciated every morning that you do that. Okay, guys, we're ready to roll. Both rooms are rolling now. So let's see. Oh, so when I was doing my initial work, I didn't see this ATER, ATER, ATER. It was under $1. That's why I didn't see it. So announced a definitive agreement to sell its e-commerce brand portfolio for $18 million. Okay, probably a very low float, 9.5 million in the float. So that is the news for ATER. And we had some BIYA targets B&B in $1 million initial buy under the ARC plan strategy. So this is Binance Coin. Okay, so that's a crypto play for BIYA. Nexer is really stocks to do with defense, I believe. All right, so William, you're looking at a couple of potential bounce plays. How about this VISN, William? VISN just getting clobbered here, down 50%. Um, Trying to see the news. I'm just scanning. Ah, it's a dividend play. Okay, this obviously is a dividend play. A $10, yeah. Okay. So I never really understand these things, but anyway, okay, it's a dividend play. So yes, it's down $10, but it's more of a dividend play. Okay, so that's the VISN. Yours was a big one from yesterday. And how did it close yesterday? Actually, I'm wrong. I thought it was a big one on the way up and a big one on the way down, actually, eras, and it's continuing down. Look at that. Down 44%. It was already moving down yesterday, closed at the low of 19. It was up to 21, closed at 19, and now down 44%. Eras. Okay, I want to take a look at, so William is looking at AV. So this is an earnings play. So there's no volume yet. There's no volume yet. There's no volume yet for AVY. So hard to know what's going to happen there. I mean, it's an earnings play. Obviously, the volume will pick up once the 9:30 at the 9:30 open. What's the other one that you're looking at? ITRI. It's way cheaper, I think. ITRI. Yeah, not a lot of volume either in this one, but at least it's moving a little bit here, a little bit of a bounce already. You know what had earnings? You know what had earnings and why? I don't mean why they had earnings, but why? So this could turn into a real meme play. Okay, guys. So the Bed Bath and Beyond earnings play, BBBY, and it's up 30%. It is an earnings play after the company reported better than expected Q1 sales results. So that's BBBY. Yeah, MNDR. Okay, so MNDR. So this just it's up to 120 and now it's back under $1 again. That's why I'm not seeing this. So we don't even have a 200-day moving average. Well, I mean, we don't have I don't know what's sort I don't quite understand. We don't have some data for it. I have a line here for it, but for the 200-day moving average, Todd, but we don't have data for it. Usually that means it hasn't traded for 200 days. But now there was a maybe wasn't it on the pink? Wasn't it on the pink? I don't know. I can't remember anymore what happened with this one. I thought it was on the pink sheets. Maybe it came back. Maybe it hasn't traded for 200 days. Yeah, we don't have it. I mean, there's a blue line there at 561. So anyway, we'll see what happens with the BBBY. It's not a low float, not crazy high, but it's not certainly not low. Sleep number, guys, SNBR. This was an AI alert a few weeks ago, I believe. SNBR. And yeah, there we are. A little buy on this one from RAI. This was back in say April 8th. And yeah, I mean, actually, not bad. You know, not a 140 was the alert, so we're at 280 now. A few days ago, but it's an earnings play today. SNBR sleep number underneath the VWAP though. Now the market is okay. It's starting to rally a little bit, guys. Okay, 709 to 711. The SPY is at the VWAP right now. Okay, that purple line, that is the VWAP. So it's at the VWAP right now. What will happen? You can see it tried a little earlier to get through it, got kind of rejected, moved down, another attempt. So the market's a little bit soft to start. Market, when I say the market, I'm talking about the SPY. Goes down 3.85. Which in the old days used to be a big move. That's sort of we're taking those sort of moves for granted now. Hey guys, I'm just looking at some of these ones that won races in the pre-market. FG3K. I think you are new. Good morning. EGNX guys. GNX. Now I don't believe this. This is up 770%. I have a feeling. If I checked, I know Obi puts in the reverse splits and all that. Yeah, I don't believe this is up 700. This is a reverse split. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Obi. Yeah, 1 for 8 reverse split. So this is not up that amount. I guess our provider has not taken into account that. So that would mean the float is 1/8 of that. Call it 2 million. KFRC, what has this been doing? KFRC, no volume. I wonder what my minimum volume here. I think it's, well, I guess I can check. Yeah, 10,000 shares. I mean, usually it's way over, but KFRC, K4. So this is an earnings play, okay? So this released earnings after hours yesterday. KFRC could be interesting. I mean, there's no volume yet. It'll pick up once the market opens. What was the volume yesterday? About 539,000 shares. So not a lot of volume in this stock, but you never know. It's earnings play for it today. So here's one, guys. I don't know if you looked at this one, William. AMKR is an earnings play. AMKR is an earnings play. Right at the VWAP. Morgan Stanley maintaining coverage. Target of 69. Now that's no big deal. Yeah, so AMKR, decent volume already. 60 million in the float. Could be an interesting one, guys. It's breaking through the VWAP now. Excuse me. So it's a beat raise, and yet it's down. Interesting, isn't it? You know, I saw a bunch of halts, and I'm sure it couldn't have been correct. I saw a bunch of halts resumes when now I close trade ideas every night, but I saw a whole bunch of halts in the pre-market. It was impossible though, so I don't know what happened. I don't know if you're anybody else who has the halts resumes. Oh, I don't know if you saw that also. The reason I know it was wrong because I looked at the volume, and the volumes are like millions of shares, and yet look, the stock had only traded. Yeah, I would get rid of them, Todd. I would just go clear. That's what I did. I don't think they're valid. So AMKR, yeah. So AMKR, wow. Look at that, 67 down to 65. There's no volume yet. I mean, if there's no volume on that AVY, the spread must be. Ah, yeah, talk about a spread. Look at that, 160, 171. Yeah, you cannot do anything. Yeah. Interesting. In our YouTube room, Robert Treadway Jr. said the data crashed on CMEG and Weibo, and we saw all those halts and trade ideas at 8:40 Eastern time, of course. The negative spreads, yeah. So there was something went crazy. So if you got the halts resume scan, just right click and clear it. Okay. The only time stocks had halted in the pre-market those are news halts. They're not volatility halts. They don't do volatility halts in the pre-market. Well, the market's open. Okay, guys. Have a great trading day, everybody. Give me a moment as I minimize this, get this started. So I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, so sleep number, SNBR, nice little pop over 3. Earnings play, sleep number, SNBR. But it's too early for me. I'm not, I've just been way too many times trying to catch these early ones, and right off the bat, this one might just rip right from the beginning. Well, it already has. I got from 280 to 320. The other one is just ripping, guys. Is that Bed Bath and Beyond? BBBBY. How many B's did I say? I typed in too many there. BBDY. B cubed Y. Okay, so this is So this is moving another earnings play. Okay, so a couple of the Small earnings play, small in terms of price. SNBR and BBBY moving right off the bat. Okay, how's our market doing to start? Okay, so last time we looked, we were trying to get above that VWAP, so it did get a little bit above the VWAP. Here's our opening bar, though, still at the VWAP area, the purple line. Well, look at the So Sophie's actually an earnings play too. I didn't see this one, but Sophie's an earnings play. SOFI. I'm sorry, it is not an earnings play. This is color coded this. I wish they wouldn't do it the same color as today, but anyway, it's April 29th tomorrow. Okay, before the market opens. So excuse me, not an earnings play. It gapped down a bit, and then it really popped almost a dollar on the pop, and that's SOFI. So BBBY got up to 770, and now it's back down to 720. So that's why I do not like trading in the first 15 minutes. Things can be very, very, very volatile. Look at the SNBR, gets up to 350, back down to 3. I mean, look, if you catch them early and you get out early, more power to you. But I just don't have the feel for that. CMPX. Let's take a look at this one. CMPX, another one that wow. So this got beaten up a couple of days ago, last week. 250 was yesterday's high. 250 actually got beaten up yesterday. So got yeah, beaten up yesterday. Oh, look at the AMKR, William. Look at the AMKR. So still down for the day, down 9%, but boy, what a 65 to 68, almost 69. Wow. Miggy is halted. MIGI is halted on the way down. Okay, I mean, look at sleep, sleep number. Look at sleep number. That's NBR. Did it win a rate? Yes, it did. So, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. I mean, this popped up to 350, right back down to 2. So, I mean, look, if you can, that's a 2-minute chart. So, I mean, if you can, get rid in at the open at 9:30, and you get, fortunate that it's going to be one of these, yeah. But you've got to be really nimble. Boy, MCAR, what a pop from 65 to 70. Still down for the day though. Big one from yesterday, guys, in our AI, SGMT. SGMT, big one. Now, it didn't close near the high, got up to 938, closed down here at 819. So it did not close near the high of the day, but above yesterday's close now, of course. But how about taking out the high of yesterday? What could that do? VIYA, VIYA halted on the way up. It is. Okay, well, all right. Let's take a look at this. So this this blue that I'm showing, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do. I mean, for a beat raise, I mean, covering AMKR. Anyway, this is traded Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing. I'd love display this all day, but people would say, well, where's that in trade ideas? Well, this is time and sales from Interactive Broker. Here's your halt stop, BIYA, all price at 176. This column trying to show you where it could open. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So if it's a 5-minute halt, I'd halt it at 9:35 plus 30 seconds. It'll open at 9:45 plus 30 seconds. They're called volatility halts. So no big clue as to where it's going to open. Okay. Normally, this column is trying to give you a bit of a glimpse into the future, but really no big clue. Now, sometimes what happens on a halt, if it opens up a little bit above the halt price and then drops down below it and then powers through it, sometimes take that trade. If it opens up a little bit below the halt price and then powers through it, sometimes I'll take that trade. But if it just opens up, well above the halt price, I won't take the trade. That's the only way I play and that's only on the first halt. Sometimes these stocks can be halted several times over the course of the day. Wow, that was the one, William. I know you didn't you thought it was overpriced or something, but boy, oh boy, look at that bounce for AMKR. What a bounce! I mean, that is gone from 65 to $72. Wow, an earnings play. Just give me one moment. All right, guys. Well, all eyes now on the BIYA. Let's take a look at where it could open. Still no clue. Still says 177. So no big clue as to where it's going to open. So it'll open in 20 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. Seems like it's going to, well, interesting. There we go. So just open. Okay, open a little bit below. What's the halt price again? 176. Hmm. 176 was the halt price. Still underneath that halt price. It'll pop a little bit, but it came right back down. So I'm going to price it around the 177 mark and see if it gets back up there. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, look at Bed Bath and Beyond now. Shoot, I think it was. I'm sure it was shortable for me too. But you never know with these things. They That was a classic meme stock way back. Oh well. All right. So there's the buy guys. I'm going to get it. I think you're right, Grumpy. It was more of a brand name awareness. Was it Overstock? Am I right? Was it Overstock that did something with them maybe a while back? The BIYA is just a little too jumpy. It should have been flying by now, in my opinion, if it was going to be one of these classic calls for Zoom. So, yeah, I mean, this is the one, Prez H. This is the one we were looking at in the pre-market. There was zero volume, still not a lot of volume, but it's obviously picking up. Talking about the KFRC. With the AI today, guys, I'm bound and determined to wait for some re-entries. Okay, we're going to try to have some focus on the our AI today, looking at their re-entries. I'm a little surprised that the Bed Bath and Beyond, the BBY, is dropped off here. I thought it was up here. I thought the memers might get a hold of this one. Yeah, there were a lot of shares available at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, at 517,000 shares. Well, our AI is a little bit active already this morning, guys. All right, ARE. I believe this is an earnings play. This is an earnings play, guys. I had earnings after hours yesterday. ARE on the way down. On the way down. Remax yesterday was an interesting one. Okay, I mean it was not an earnings play. I don't know. I can't remember exactly why. Well, it had a great day on what are we now, Tuesday? So that was Friday and Monday now today. And yeah, so earnings are coming up next week. We're having another nice day. Ah, and there's merger deal with the real brokerage. I don't know if that was the rehash of news or something. Well, BIYA is probably going to make me look foolish at the end of the day, maybe if it gets way over two, but I just couldn't get into it. Okay, obviously this is one that has got a ton of room. Okay, CRML guys, CRML, it's down for the day, but it has it's got all that room, 1445, but it is down for the day, but trying to recover. It's over that whole number of 13. Okay, give me a moment. Something's on a little bit haywire here. Just give me a moment, guys. I have something I have to pass on to the development. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, sorry. There's something, something a little haywire with our entry stock price for eras. I would not disregard that. Of course, it cannot be 1920 away. Glad I held off on the BIYA. Really glad I held off on that. Guys, I'm really interested in this era short if it gets underneath 10. Where did it get down? We got 9 down to 981. I'm going to put a price limiter on 992 and see if it can take that out. But before I do that, let's take a look at the weekly chart. Where could it go if it does take that out? 898, is that right? On the weekly, looks like that's the next low. Low 1022 there. Then the week before was, yeah, so there is, no, I'm wrong. Yeah, not wrong. At 905, so there is room. We're going to wait and see if Eras can take out 10. Crazy, This we looked at this KFRC in the pre-market, and about it was trading about 10,000 shares or even less. And it's on our AI. Okay, CNC. I know, William, you were looking at this one. I think you were saying you're waiting for a bit more of a pullback, though. This is an earnings play. CNC is an earnings play. I think you're saying you were looking for more of a pullback, so you may not have bought it. Guys, okay, keep an eye maybe on the sleep number at SNBR. It had the big pop and the pullback. It's sitting on the VWAP right now. It's at $3. Okay, it's an earnings play. Very positive right now, 35% up. So holding the VWAP. Again, it initially popped right up to 350. We put a price alert, say around the 306 mark. See if we can clear three a little bit better. And so I can't. Ooh, there it is. All right. Well, let's see if this has any room to run now. SNBR. Not looking well. I don't know what I'm looking for really. I mean, obviously the high up here is the net subtraction, but I feel like I'm more in scalp mode with these things right now, guys. The SNBR. All right. Okay. I've just taken some off. I mean, I just don't have a feel for these little ones right now, and it's gone parabolic for me on that 2 minute wave, the TI wave. But wow. Okay. Good. Good. I don't mind the fact I took them. Oh, really good. Really good and getting better. I guess I shouldn't have been so jumpy. Wow, really good. Okay, guys, I am. I'm taking most off right here at the three, just underneath 350, just in case that that 50 cent mark for me for stocks under 50 cents or under $5. Wow, this is amazing. I mean, I wish I had my whole position, but I don't know if anybody took it with me. But sleep number just it almost looked like it's going to get halted. SNBR, it just got halted. Just got halted. It was a bit of a rush. More of a rush if I'd held on to my entire position, but not unhappy. So understand, I'm not telling anybody to buy what I do. I just said, you know what? Wanted to see if it got over three. It would hold over three. Like to me, it was holding. And I said, okay, let's see what happens. And that was, when I say that, almost 100% means I'm in it. All right, where should this sleep number open? I mean, it's looking at 370 is the halt, 371. No big clue again. I don't have much left. The next high looking left on a monthly chart is around 635. On the weekly chart, it is about the same, a little over 6. So, I mean, there is still a little bit of room if it wants to keep running, but you know, the skills SKLZ is in our AI. I don't like the spread. Don't like the spread. It has a nice little reentry price. Don't love the spread though. See what I'm talking about? 25, 625, 638. I don't like that spread at all. I love the reentry at 637, but yeah, look at it now. I mean, it makes it untradeable for me. I mean, 625, 644, almost like they're daring you to take it. So this is also an earnings play from our AI, uh, KNSA. Okay, so sleep number got halted at 9:56 plus 4 seconds, so it'll open at 10:01 plus 4 seconds. I think it's a 5 minute halt. I just have to pay attention to it. I'm going to go over my homepage in a couple of minutes, guys. I have to let this SNBR open, okay, which will be at 10:01 in 4 seconds. So I have to let it open and see where it's going to go. As I'm waiting, the gap. Is this an earnings play? No, it is not an earnings play. The gap. What's retail doing? X. That's not retail. XRT is retail. Sorry, XRT. What's retail doing? Retail is yeah. So most probably well the market's down. I mean the SPY is down 3.7. So probably most of the major sectors are down also. But there's retail. This might be a bigger move than the other ones. I will take a look at the sectors in a bit. All right, SNBR. Okay, all out. Oh, all out. It actually popped a little bit above, but I'm all out of it now. SNBR. I might regret that. It looks like it's going to bounce up back up over the 380s, but wow. So four, again, the next high is 613 or so on the weekly chart and the daily chart, I think. So it still has some room if you're still in this one. It's a fairly low float, 19 million. Miggy resumed on the way down. Okay. All right, guys. I will put my home. Sorry, I'll put my homepage link in now. And yeah, the Bed Bath and Beyond relentless selling. I'm surprised. I am surprised. I thought the Beamers would be all over that one. Probably have a bounce somewhere, but okay. Looking at my homepage, and I just checked, and the promotion code is still working. Okay, so if you do want to take out a premium annual subscription, you can still get 30% off. Okay, you can use my code Barry30. That will get you 30% off a premium annual. If you want to take out a premium monthly, remember the promo code is only good for the first month, but you can get 25% off. Okay, the first month only of a premium subscription, and then the basic discounts: 15% off the standard monthly, first month only, or 15% off the entire year of a standard. Okay, so here are the three promo codes. If you have any questions about them, just let me know. Again, they are still alive. I'm pretty sure they're going to disappear by tonight. Well, these two will disappear by tonight. I'm pretty sure. And all I ask is if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my codes. Why? I moderate two trading rooms, a YouTube room and the main room, as they call it, okay, the trading room. And the company tracks the use of the codes, and if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering what I'm talking about, here's another room called the trading room. It is free also, but a lot more action in this room, a lot more interaction amongst other traders. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you're looking for some, want to get interaction, wow, look at the sleep number now. Oh, I'm going to look foolish at the end of the day, but that's okay. I did okay on it, but it is just ripping over 4 now. Um, yeah, so this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Thank you, Obi. He does it. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. Obi lives in the Boston area, so he opens it at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. And so there's an advantage. So if you're looking for, interaction with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room and it's free. I get on the mic in both rooms around 9 o'clock, 9:15 now. I have a few things I have to get done in the morning now. So I'm a little bit later than I normally used to be, which was 9 o'clock. But anyway, but 9:15. Then I go to sometime between 2 and 2:30. Now, when I leave, Obi, I'm not going. William will not do it anymore, which is fine. Obi, so it's kind of up to you. If you want to keep the room open after I leave, just let me know, okay? As if you don't want to keep it open, which is completely fine, of course, I shut it down. So just let me know later on in the day what your feelings are about keeping the room open after I leave, okay? What time and all. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It's free. You get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you're just taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas, or you're thinking about it, and click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and right here, getting started with Trade Ideas. This is mandatory if you're just taking out a subscription. 12 short videos to get you started. But if you don't have the product, I'd start off with that second video. Go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. You can always try it for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free, 15 videos if you're new to trading, free. And last, if you're looking for some of the information, the scans, etc., that I'm currently sharing, if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, here they are, middle section. So these are two races. The large cap race is right here. The other race, which is a way more volatile race, is right here. Upside versus downside movers is here. Basically, he's taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. If it's green, it means it's made a new high for the day. If it's red, a new low for the day. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. Pulse resumes, which kind of was a little wonky this morning, but what I would have done is, if anybody who's listening to me, just clear it because it had a bunch of things in the pre-market that just shouldn't have been there. And four other scans that I'm currently sharing: Momentum scan, a gap scanner, and the Pepe combo scan. This is one I do have up and running. Okay, the up down it's right here. Okay, up and running. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. If I'm doing something where I can't answer you right away, I'll certainly let you know. If it's an accounting question, I cannot help you there. I have access to your accounts, but I can direct you to people who can. I'll give you an email address. Accounting people are waiting if you do have an accounting question. Okay. BIYA now surging over two. Sorry, do you mean is the market open at 4 o'clock Eastern time? I mean the market. I mean this room, not ours anyway. Used to be. William was keeping it open almost at 4 o'clock, but you guys disappointed him. I mean, if you're not going to, he keeps it open. He doesn't mind keeping it open, but if you're not going to post anything, then he's not going to do it. And I completely understand. All right, guys. So now let me take a look at some of the AI alerts. Anything. Okay, there's some areas I'm really interested in a short on this one, but it's got to get underneath that 10 level again. Exactly. And you're not being selfish. We can call it pragmatic. We can call it a lot of things, but this is exactly what William is saying. I'm not going to put myself out when people don't do anything that helps his trading. Perfect. I want you to keep the room open after I leave. Okay, guys. So the heuristic mini trigger for me. I'm looking for a really clean break underneath 10. Okay, for a potential short. Okay. Oh, have I missed it? Okay, well, I got a little bit. I didn't get all I wanted, but I did get some on the year is short. Actually, we got quite a bit. So why am I taking the era short? Anybody want to know? Hands up. I'll explain. Me. Okay. So if you have our AI, guys, Dano, do you have our AI by any chance, our premium service by any chance? Or do you have trade ideas at all? Okay. Do you have trade ideas at all? It's okay if you don't. It's a free room. So no, sir, on the first, not yet. Okay. Well, I'll just show you what I'm looking at. Okay. So this is what our AI looks like. Um, you don't get any alerts until at least 9:40. Okay. So you can see the first one is a 9:41. We had a bunch right around that mark. It's a little unusual, but we did. So here was the eras. Okay. And so we had an opportunity at 9:42. We had an alert at 10:14 to short it. Okay, but I said earlier in the day, I said, earlier, I said I'm going to wait for re-entries. So what happened is, era the original alert price was at 10:14, but it hit the stop. It hit 10:44, which was a stop, and then it came halfway down between 10:14 and 10:44, which is 10:29. That's what I'm looking for, re-entries. I didn't take the trade right off the bat. I'm just waiting for re-entries. Okay. And so now, I wish I'd taken a right at 10:29, but I like to wait for that 10 break, pretty psychological number, I think, I feel, for it to break through. So once it finally did, that's when I took. But the reason I knew about it was from our AI, and I'm just waiting for her entries. Now, this one, I like the idea of the skills. There was a reentry at 637, but as I pointed out, the spread was terrible. So I just, just because I get it, just because it's there doesn't mean it's infallible, and I just didn't like the spread at all. Eras, though, for me, was was the one I really wanted to concentrate on. Now, this one, 5118. Well, I could have taken this one too. 5118 on the reentry is 5162. It's an earnings play. I'm not in it, but you never know. I mean, this could have a nice move. So that's all I'm looking for is the reentries. That so if you have the AI, doesn't mean you can't take them initially. Um, sometimes, I mean, look at the KFRC 4268. That's a dollar move. Some will not have a reentry because the only time you're going to have a re-entry is if the stock hits the stop price at any time and then comes halfway between the original alert price and the stop. Then you get a re-entry. So you can see these three have not had a re-entry. Um, it's so minuscule. I don't even know if it means anything. I mean, 0.25. Sometimes you're going to see some stocks have huge, fee rates of 300, 400, 500%. Okay, but this is ERAs is nothing. Okay. An earnings play for me is any stock that released earnings after hours yesterday or in the pre-market today. And why we talk about earnings plays because companies have to release earnings every 3 months, every quarter, once a quarter, so 3 times, 4 times a year. And so, like this KFRC, have you heard of KFRC before? I don't really think I've heard of it before, but when a company has earnings, a lot of times it's sort of their day to shine or get clobbered. Okay. In this case, it's their day to shine, 37% up. So why we talk about earnings plays is especially the more obscure ones. I quite frankly, I don't care about the Apples and the Microsofts and the Amazon and all the big ones. I'm not saying, you guys with Tesla. Tesla is a little different because it can be very, can be volatile, but I really like these second and third tier earnings plays that, don't get any attention for 3 months and all of a sudden the day and maybe a couple of days after they have earnings, follow them. So that's what I call an earnings play, and why it's always interesting. That's why I always say it's an earnings play. Typically, that means it'll be active all day. Okay. Wow. Nice. Oh no, I'm always day trading. I don't. I'm not a swing trader at all, Joey. Not at all. I never hold through earnings. Also, never. In other words, if somebody says, "Oh, they have earnings after hours," are you going to take it? No, I don't care what. I don't care what the word on the street is or anything. I don't take it. Look at the MKR. Okay, MKR is a good example of an earnings play. William said this was a beat raise. So what that means is they beat on earnings, they beat on revenues, and they raised their guidance for the following quarter. Still went down. Okay. So anyway, no, It doesn't depend on anything, Joey. I don't swing trade at all. And listen, that's not an indictment of swing trading. Okay, and I'm not. It's just my my chemical makeup, whatever you want to call it, is not conducive to swing trading. Oh man, I'm so glad I said this morning, I said I'm going to do everything I can to concentrate on the AI reentries. Tough for me sometimes, because I get tugged in so many different directions and I miss things. Yeah, this is part of the premium service. Okay, this is what we call our premium service. So this is what it looks like. Well, I mean, this is how I track it. Okay, this box will be empty until at least 9:40, and then you might get some alerts right at 9:40. Not necessarily. The first one was at 9:41, and this is an active day. We might get the last few days we've had only about four or five. Well, I'm riding the wave right now. Okay, on I have no well, my stop. Okay, if it went over 10, that would have been my stop. Okay, on the free delay, that would have been my stop. Had it gone over 10. I was in around 992. Okay, so I would have if it had popped over 10, I would have taken myself out of the trade. And now I'm just writing this down. Now it's got a little parabolic. Okay, so I have covered some in this area because it got for me it got too parabolic. And when I see that wide bar, when I see the wave starting to expand, that's when I get a little not nervous, but I kind of think that other people might be trying to cover some. But you know, there's no. I mean, the low of the day is 883, so there is still there is still room for it to run, I suppose. Okay, so I see some questions. No, 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 no. First of all, Amber, what did you say? My stop now, my stop. Remember now, my stop at a little over 10 is because I'm in at 990. Okay. If you're in at 972, I wouldn't be putting my stop over 10. Okay. I mean, I can't tell. I mean, you have to know where you're going to get out, though. Okay. How do you get to the AI window? Okay. I'm going to answer, and I'm going to answer free delay too. So you have to have a premium service, number one. Okay. Who asked that first question, Jason? So you have to have a premium service, of course. So if you click on new from the toolbar and then where it says there are three that start off with premium AI, okay, and the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. This is the window that will pop up, okay. Now you may have different column headers, and the other thing, though, if this pops up for you, and in the film, and they say they're going to change it, okay. I've been after them to change this because profitable trades is generally checked, and uncheck it, uncheck it, okay. Why? Because you wouldn't have seen this reentry. Okay, for instance, on the short opportunity for ERAs, because the original alert price was 1014. Remember, this is a short, okay, at 1014. So at 1029, this is not profitable. So you wouldn't have seen it. You wouldn't have seen the reentry price. So please uncheck it. And I think they're finally listening to me, and they're going to uncheck because that was the default to have it checked. Well, that's my definition. What I look at, okay, Amber. I mean, it's there's no hard and fast rule of symbolic. But for me, when I see this wave expanding, okay, then for me it's getting a little parabolic. That's all. Okay. Others will look at that and go, nah, it doesn't matter. That's me. That's my definition. Okay. I mean, parabolic doesn't have. I mean, so you see, when the wave is narrow, the trade the TI wave is narrow, but when it gets parabolic, that's when you see the big candles, big wide bars, and really shooting down. And I look at that and thinking, okay, anybody was up in this area, like me. I mean, I'm looking at that going, I better take some off because, when it gets a little parabolic, you get people that look at potential bounces. Okay, that's what I think. Okay? Others may have a completely different idea. Okay, Jason, Frito-Lay, what are the long-term? Okay, how are they produced? So any previous AI alert, any previous AI alert. I don't know how many months and years it goes back, but any previous AI alert, if it's well, first of all, you'll see any previous AI alert in the long-term strategies that are profitable. Okay, so let's just say for argument's sake, um, okay. So here's KNSA. Okay, the alert was at 51.96. So at 51.45, this is not profitable. Obviously, now it's profitable on the reentry. We have to disregard the reentry. So 51.96 is KNSA. If tomorrow, because I don't think they get added on the day of the alert, but if tomorrow KNSA goes above 51.96, it'll be added to that long term. Okay. Now, unfortunately, you cannot get an alert for when a stock is added, and that's I keep saying. Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, he usually does a YouTube stream tomorrow between 12 and 1. Keep asking him. We want an alert when a stock gets added to the long term. Okay. And I think if you hover over the date, you'll see when the alerts happen. Okay, in the long term strategies. Okay, but that's in essence what happens. So again, if tomorrow ANSA is above 51.96, it will have been added to that long term strategy list. Now, if it drifts down or down or down, and then next week, it pops over 51.96, or next month, as long but as at any point in time when it gets over that 51.96, it'll get added to that list. Now, granted, I don't know how many years back it goes. Okay. Okay. Have I caught up in all the questions? If I haven't, okay, 162. So again, the question was to come with this. You need a premium service for this. Okay. This is part of this. The AI is part of our premium service. Okay. So if you have our premium service, this is what I would do. Okay. I would make sure you have this box up and running. And then at the end of the day, save your layout, okay, with this box in it. And then tomorrow, assuming you open up Trade Ideas, will certainly be at, even at 9:30 or in the pre-market. This box will be blank. The window will be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, is up to you. Okay. My plan is just to wait for reentries. It doesn't have to be your plan. I just use, yeah, Joey. I just use the stock, the default in the TI wave. I just use the default. I don't know enough about it. Okay, I mean, I know it's a five EMA, 12 SMA crosses, something like that. This is all brand new to me a few months ago, whenever we had it, or years ago, I guess. So I just kept the default. It seems to be. I don't know enough about it to make. Oh, I would rather see this. If you understand what I'm saying, I don't. So I've stuck with the default. So what Joey is talking about, if I click on and I TI wave and I click here, here's how I can actually. It's these two, the fast EMA 5 and the slow EMA 12. Okay. But I don't know enough about it. I've never even looked at this before. This we had TI Wave, okay. But some might have a different idea, and well, you know what? It's whatever makes sense to you. You know, if people understand this, they might say, no, no, I'd much rather have a an eight and a fast EMA at 8 and a slow EMA at 13. Okay. Now the other thing is, in order to understand it a little bit. And it's part of the premium, part of the standard service, guys. It's not an add-on. So if you want to learn a little bit more about it, anybody who's listening to me right now, if you click on New from the toolbar and then click on a Dock to Channel Bar, Dock to Channel Bar. This is what's going to pop up, and you see where it says Ripsters Rippers. These are all theme-based channels, by the way. If you click on Ripsters Rippers, you're going to see a video will pop up, and this will give you an idea about what this is all about. These are some scans. I've never even looked at them, but okay. But this is a video that kind of gives you an idea about what it's all about. Now, if you don't see the video, but you're probably hearing it, it could be tucked in behind your channel, like tucked in behind here. It's possible. Okay, could be tucked in behind. Or if you have other monitors, it could have been popped up on another monitor. But just have to find it, and it's about 5 minutes long. And that'll give you an idea about what the TI wave is all about. Okay. What I found it's really, really good for. I mean, yours is a great example. I wish, listen, I wish I didn't get out of anything, but helps me keep in the trade. Okay. Yeah, I took some off. Okay. It was getting a little fatter the wave. That's just the way I look at it. You know, I'm still in this. The wave is still orange. It's a weak trend until it turns around and gets blue. I'm going to hang in this trade. So the wave, and it's got nothing to do with seeing a sell flag or a buy flag. I mean, the sell flag came up here at 1041. I'm in this short underneath 10. And now all I'm doing is I'm following the wave, following the wave. There's no question that a year ago, when I really wasn't paying that much attention to TI wave, I would probably be out of my entire position right there on that stalling a little and a little move up. But this following the wave has given me a lot more confidence to hold on to trades way, way longer than I ever used to. And I've been trading for a lot of years, so this was new for me. Yeah, and to be fair, we saw eras in the pre-market. I saw it in the pre-market, okay, also. I was looking at this in the pre-market, wondering about it. So QGen is my kind of short, okay? My kind of town, okay, 33.90, 1 year low. I should add the one. I should add some of the position and lifetime in ranges again. I got rid of them. I was funny. I really just cared about. Oh, here it is. Yeah, position years range. Okay, I do have that. Earnings. It's not an earnings play. Interesting. QGen is not an earnings play. Interesting. So am I caught up? I'm just wanting to make sure I'm. Oh, have I found the 200-day SMA works with stocks? Yes. I mean, in terms of acting as support. Is that what you're talking about, Monica? So if the stock is moving down, yeah, sure it can. I mean, just to me, it's the same. So you're talking about a stock moving into the 200-day moving average from above and acting as a potential resistance to moving down. Yeah, well, support. No, you're shorting though, right? You're shorting the stock that's moving down, and then hitting into the 200-day. Absolutely. I mean, the 200-day moving average is certainly the most widely followed. Wow, look at eras. This is a this is a monumental collapse. Okay, not monumental, too exaggerative, but I mean it is a big, big relax. I love doing my videos. I do a video. I do a video every day, and I try to concentrate on the AI. I mean, we're a bit of a sales organization to a certain extent, but and when I find one that has a great reentry, I just like to harp on the fact that follow the reentries. Give me a moment. Oh, a bounce, sure. Well, yeah. I mean, that can be a tremendous support area, just like the VWAP. I think that's probably the second most often used one. But yeah, sure. No, I mean, do any of these work all the time? Of course not. I mean, but so what Monica was talking about is, let's see if I can find even an example of something. More expensive one, perhaps. SDGR. Right? When Vision our block. Come on. It's crazy. I cannot find an example of a. Give me an example, so I don't have to keep searching. My charts aren't big enough. I mean, I'm looking for a blue line on my. This is showing me the 200-day moving average. Oh, there's definitely. I mean, the 200-day moving average. How many times have we seen a stock that moves up into the 200-day moving average and almost to the penny it stalls? Does it happen all the time? Of course not. But if you're long something and you see the 200-day moving average and it's getting into it, you got to be aware of that, in my opinion, anyway. All right, guys. So on that move right here, I'm out of most of my trade. Okay, the euros because again, when that bar loses contact with the bottom of the wave, that's when I really get a little antsy. And so and also it, broke down below 9, and then as it starts approaching 9, and the bar was losing touch. Look at on the 15. I mean, even more so. But now I'm going to watch this one though because this might be just a momentary pop up. I'm going to put a price alert at 889. Again, might give us another opportunity. But look at the weekly chart. Okay. The low right there is 905. The low right there is 877. What did it get to right now? It got to 870. So those are what I was hoping for is that 870 would keep moving down, and then the next low underneath was 589. But that would have been incredible had it taken that out also, and then got close to that low of the weekly. But still, excellent alert from our AI. Guys, okay, finally, here's a blue line. Okay, now it's way below the current price. Okay, let's say that blue line is the 200-day moving average. So I think what Monica was talking about is if you're looking for a bounce play, and this stock is at 1091. What if this 200-day moving average? I mean, it's way down here, but what if it was more up here, 1042? Okay, and so you could have been watching this and see if it gets close to the 200-day moving average, then that acts as great support. Now, does it happen all the time? Of course not. But the 200-day moving average is followed by millions. Okay, seriously, millions. And so a stock that moves down into it, you start watching it. Will it act as support and then bounce off it? I'm going to go over this raise. I'm going to go over the also. I want to. Um, go over the sectors, okay? Go over the sectors. No, you know what? I'm going to go over the channel. So here is something that some of you with trade ideas were thinking about getting trade ideas. This might be the only. This is the only. This might be the only reason you use trade ideas. So I'm going to click on New Toolbar, and then I'm going to click on Dock Channel Bar. Now all these are theme channels. Okay, they're all theme-based channels. So I'm going to click like a crypto channel, the opening range break, show more. I'm going to click on, and down here, sector status. Okay. So in this top list window here, these are the sectors that we're following in this top list window. All the major sectors and some of the other ones that may be a little more obscure, but XLE right at the top, that's the energy sector. And so what's telling me 63% of the stock of the sectors in here are down from the day. Okay, down from 36 are up. So XLE, energy, healthcare, XLV, XLP, consumer staples, etc. Now go to another SLV. These aren't doing well. SMH, the nukes and LR, nukes, uranium and nuclear gold. So here are the ones that are not doing well. They're at the very bottom here. So if you're looking to, if you were thinking about taking a silver, a silver stock, if you wanted to go going against the sector, that you don't care. But if you're just looking at a stock, maybe play, and it doesn't have any news on its own, it's not an earnings play, it doesn't have any other news, well, then you're going against the sector. Now, does that mean silver won't have a bounce at some point today, like SLV? Yeah. So if you're you really want to take, you probably should have a silver chart. You can see what the silver market is doing. Example. Here are of the sectors that are in here. So for of the stocks that make up sector XLI are down for the day, but there are some. Why? It's an earnings play. Earnings play tomorrow, so but there's enthusiasm about it ahead of earnings, but all the way down to the bottom. And what's the worst one? Look at that one. ALLE is the worst one in the industrial sector. It's down 7.7%. Why? It is an earnings play. Okay, this is an earnings play. Pre-market. Okay, that's why it's down so much. So you can see what you can do. You can go to the individual sectors. Consumer discretionary, 86% of them are down. Let's take a look at DPZ. Why is it up? I don't know. Domino's Pizza. Thought it might have been an earnings play. It is not. But again, scroll down. What's the worst one? VFC, down 3%. So you can kind of go through these individuals and look at what I like to do. I like to see the ones that are dramatically, most of them are down or most of them are up. You're not going to, look at energy, most of them are up. But here's retail, 78% are down. WMK, for whatever reason, is up. But let's take a look at the worst one in retail. ASO, down 44%. So what you might do, you might look at these and go, you know what, I want to follow a couple of these sectors all day long. And then just take a look at the strongest performing stock, the weakest performing. If you want to, you can pop these out to stay on. You can adjust these also. Okay, when I say adjust, so you look at CVX here, it's $189. You might not like to trade stocks that are over $50. So you can make a change to any one of these. Okay, If I went to configure, summary, well, go window specific figure. So I could put in a price range that I want, maybe a minimum volume that I want. Okay. You can change it. But please listen carefully. You can change them, and while you're in the channel, the changes, of course, remain. But the minute you leave the channel, and then if you came back, those changes are not saved. Why? Because these channels are for everyone. So the fact maybe you don't want to see a stock that's over $100, that's not necessarily what everyone else wants to do. But what you can do is you can take a sector that you're interested in, and you right click on it, and you see where it says duplicate into free floating window. I'll tell you, Marta, in a second. Duplicate it. It's supposed to say duplicate into free floating window. Sometimes it just says duplicate, but it does say duplicate into free floating window. When I click on that, it popped out of the channel onto my other monitor. Now it's free floating. Now you can take this and you can do whatever you want with it. Make adjustments to it, the price range, minimum volume, relative volume. You can really customize it and then save it. So you can do that with each one of these. And then, on a day you might want to look at the sector status channel, and then you say, you know what, these are the two I want to follow today. And you've already popped them out, save them into your cloud, and you just bring them back so you can follow those. I wouldn't necessarily want to follow them all, but maybe pick a couple, maybe the worst performing sector and the best performing sector. And I mean, it's just an idea. Okay, just an idea. Now, again, I'm going over this very quickly. If you have questions about what I've been talking about, just let me know. So Marta asked where to find that. Just give me one moment. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. All right. So, Mark, you're still around, I hope. Okay. So, if you click on New from the toolbar, hopefully you can see what I'm. Well, you obviously can hear me, and you can see my screen. So, if you click on New bar, and then you see where it says Dock to Channel, go Channel Bar, Dock to Channel Bar. Okay. I'm going to repeat, Dock to Channel Y. So when you click on Dock Bar, these are all theme-based channels. And so if you click on Show More, you get the whole list of them. And at the bottom here is the sector status. Okay. Were you able to do that? If not, I'll do it again. You just click on it and then it'll open up. Good. Well, the reason why you click on new and you see it does say something, there is another channel bar. Okay. Don't click on that. I'm just talking in general now. Clicking on that, yeah, you'll see some channels here, but the minute, don't do it, okay? The minute you click on something, your layout will disappear, okay? And that was a problem with the old channel bar. I persist in keeping this, but they do. And the reason why they created the doctor channel is because, here's my layout behind you, right? Here's my layout behind you guys. And I can click on the 2 time E. I can click the channel, and my layout does not disappear. It's still here and back. But if you click on just the channel bar and click on one of those channels, your layout will disappear. consequently, people channel bar and take a look at say disappear. I mean, you save it to the cloud and all that. I don't mean disappear forever, but it was a pain in a pain channel. Go down and check some of these. I almost checked. I almost forgot where I was. I was almost going to click on one of these. Oh, I'm okay. I'm in the dog channel bar. Okay, so yeah, so I've never traded in a prop firm account. I think you have to. So I don't know if there's anybody in this room that is traded in a prop firm. I think you have to prove to them. I believe anyway that you have to prove to them you can make some money. I believe that's the way it works, but I have no experience. Okay. Yeah, I think most prop firms you have to prove to them that you can make some money, and then I don't know how it works. They take 50% of the profit, or I don't know. I shouldn't say that. Maybe it's not that much, but they loan you money, I guess. But I've never traded as a newbie. You'll probably never ever be able to trade at a prop firm. They do take some of the profit, but I might have been probably not 50%. But as a newbie, you wouldn't be able to do it because unless you are a newbie and you can prove to them immediately that you can make a lot of money, which is going to be very strange if you're a newbie and you can do that right off the bat. I didn't know that. So when you sign, so the exchange agreements that we all have to sign every year. And guys, by the way, if you get an email from us saying you must sign your exchange agreements, it's not spam. Okay, we have to everybody. I have to everybody, and your broker requires that every year too. Okay, and it's usually it's on some kind of an anniversary date. And what happens is the the broker and ourselves and anybody who provides real time data, you have to sign the exchange agreements because the exchanges they want to know if you're a professional trader or not, and if you are, they're going to charge you for that privilege. We don't. I mean, I'd say 99.9% of our customers are not professional traders. So when you sign up with Trade Ideas, we're giving you the data, not for free. It's part of the subscription, of course. But if you were a professional trader, you would pay us, and then the exchanges want a cut also, and which you'd be paying them directly. Now, can you lie? I guess so. But the problem is, see, we get audited. And they want to see that we have asked every single year of all our subscribers to fill out to say yes or no whether or not you are, and you have to do it for every exchange whether or not you're a professional trader or not. And if you don't, if you get this email and you decide, I've already done it once, what'll happen is one day you'll wake up and you say, hey, Traded is not working for me because we had to shut down your account. And that doesn't happen. Well, it does happen a lot because people don't understand that they have to do this every year. In the old days, I don't know, 5 years ago, you did it once and that was it. But it was a real hassle for us as a fairly small company to have to contact every one of our subscribers, and at the beginning and check. So Gus, well, it depends. I mean, when you say a few ticker symbols, how few is few? You can do what we call is, and I should go over this race. I'll explain a few things about the race because that could be something that you could be interested in. But you can create what we call a symbol list or a watch list, and you can put those symbols in and then just follow those symbols if you want to. But depends what you mean by a few ticker symbols. Are you just talking, two, three? I mean, I'm not saying it can help, but yeah, 10. I mean, it depends. If you were following 10 symbols, for instance, then and you did, what would you be looking for the on those 10 symbols? Like, what would get you to buy or short or whoever you're trading? What would get you to do something with one of those 10 symbols? Just out of curiosity. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just wondering because I want to see if trade ideas can help you. Okay. So we certainly have a lot of position and range filters. Are you talking about in the days range, or you're talking about in a 20-day range, or a year range, or the lifetime range, or just the days range? Are you talking about day trading? Are you talking about more swing trading? Because we have a lot of position and range filters that can show you where a stock is. Okay. So for instance, we do have. Let me just get this over here. So we do have position in 5-day range. That would be a week. So we have the position in 5, 10, 20, etc. Okay. So you could see where a stock is in the 5-day range. Um, okay. Percentage wise. So if you're looking to see a stock that's near the high of its 5-day range or near the low or in the middle, or, you can certainly do that and just of those 10 stocks, just follow those ones. I mean, that would be a very simple way. And then after that, do you want to see if the stock is trading abnormally though? Normally volume wise, because we're excellent at that. But you could create, again, what we call a symbol list, and then you just attach it either to an alert window or a top list window to monitor those 10 stocks. So you could say, well, I only want to see of those 10 stocks, I want to see stocks near the high of the 5-day range or near the low of the 5-day range. Or, I mean, that'll be up to you, of course. But we do definitely have a 5-day range filter. And of course, it could be different 10 stocks. Is it the same 10 stocks all the time, or could it be a different? Oh yeah, normal volume is what we're excellent at. We have see this relative volume filter that we've got here. You can see what I'm pointing at. It's a great. I use it all the time. Look at see the relative volume. It says 19 for Remax right here. That means it's trading, and it's trading 19 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive, so it's 11 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, so it's not just I mean, we do have another type of a volume filter that if a stock has traded say a million shares on average over the last 5 days or 10 days, and now it's trading 2 million shares. Of course, that's double. But we also have this is what I use virtually exclusively is a relative volume filter because it also maps at it's time sensitive. So for instance, look at it this way. Let's say a stock normally trades a million shares, and then in the first 2 minutes it's trading 2 million shares, and then it just dries up. Okay, that's it. So yes, it's trading abnormally, but that happened right off the bat. Now, granted, more than likely the relative volume filter would really be high, but then that number would just decrease as the day goes on because if all of a sudden the volume is sort of dried up, it was just an initial pop of volume, and then it just dried up for the rest of the day. But the bottom line is, absolutely, you can take those 10 stocks, and are they typically the same 10 stocks? Or do you change them every day, or do you change them up every week? Or I mean, you can certainly do that. You could always try it for a month, just to see. All you need for that is our standard service. You don't need our premium service. You could always try it for a month just to see how it would work. So let me go over this race, guys. I want to go over this race. Always the same. Okay. Well, then, yeah, you can certainly do that. Create what we call, again, a symbol list, a watch list, and then you attach it to how you want to monitor it. And when I say we have two ways to monitor, either an alert window or what we call a top. So look at it. Okay, I'm going to go over this. I'm going to show you something, and others do, of course. I'm going to go over this race. So bear with me. About 2 minutes, I'll show you the top list that we use that I'm using in this particular race. So now. Before I keep going, I want to just put my homepage link in again because I want to show you in the guide where you're going to find all this information that I'm going to be talking about as your reference. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a little bit until you get to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top is our guide, okay? The Trade Ideas User Guide. One of the sections right here is TI stock racing, okay? So this is your reference to everything I'm going to be talking about, okay? The TI stock racing, I think, and it's, what videos and text, etc. So I'm running a 4-minute race. Again, this is all customizable. Why a 4-minute race? I think the 4-minute race years ago when we had the concept of racing started, and but you can pick whatever time frame you want. 5-minute, 3-minute, 10-minute race. So what does it mean though? So that 3%, what does that mean? So ATER, since the race started, this stock has moved 3%. Now I'm a minute and a half into this race. Okay. Now you can see what happened. It just got knocked out of the top position by SBLX, which has moved 6% since the race started. What happens is the top 10 list is built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So and now I was running this race in the pre-market, okay, before 9:30. So that's how this rate. Now you don't have to if you want to run the race starting at 9:30. That's fine, but I'm running the race in the pre-market and continuing into past 9:30. So these are the stocks that have won the most races. So Baya has won 9 races, Ader, 8, etc. A top 10 list is that's what those numbers mean after the symbol. How many races a stock has won? Okay, and somebody was just mentioning, Brandon was saying, VRCT just popped, moved 7% since the race started. So you can see it's like any other race. When this race is over, still has a minute and a half. We don't know who's going to win, but whatever stock wins, if it's already won a race before, then the number will change. So let's just say this SBLX has won 2 races. That number will change to 3. So how to use the races? Well, first of all, if you see a stock at the top here, click on it. See what's happening. If it's setting up for your style of trading, I can look at this SBLX and you see that it was for quite a while. Well, in day trading time, quite a while, sitting at that 200 at the VWAP, that purple line, and then finally it popped up. Okay, I'm not saying to take the trade. I'm just saying, but you have to have some trading experience, of course. But if you sort of looked at that and go, you know what, especially if you'd seen it around the 320 mark, and you could have up here, you could have, and then you put your stop around the VWAP and take the trade and see if it works. Okay, so you see something leading a race, you don't have to wait for the race to be over for you to click on it. You see anything in here, click on it, see what's happening. You won't know until you click on it and see what's happening. Here's ATLN. I mean, it could have been coming into the VWAP. It's underneath it right now. And maybe the VWAP would have acted as support and bounced off it. You don't know until you click on the symbol. Any stock that has won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. The SNBR. So SNBR now is starting to drip underneath the VWAP, but it could have been sitting on it and maybe bounce. But now SNBR, for those of you who don't mind shorting, stocks that are not that expensive, this could turn into a short for you. An Interactive Brokers, there's 388,000 available. You could say, you know what? Okay, it's broken down through the VWAP, which can be a support area, but it looks like it's breaking down through that support area. So again, this is an idea. So you take the short here at 323 and you put your stop around the VWAP. See if it works. I mean, you won't know if it works until you try it. But we also have a simulator. You can try things like that. Okay, so again, I would click on anything you see here. I would click on anything that's won a race before. Now, why are these stocks showing up though? And you can see it's very different from these stocks. First of all, this list is not as long. There are 10 stocks in here. There are only right now 4. So if I right click in this race, one of the things is open top list window. So all races start off from a top list window. So thus, for instance, this is how you could monitor your stocks, your 10 stocks all day long. And in the position, these are all filters up here. This is the position in the day's range. This is how much a stock is up from yesterday's close. And that's what I've sorted on. You can sort on any filter that you might have as a column header. So if you were really interested in where the stock is and its 5-day range, you would have that as a filter, and you sort on it, and you would see the stocks that are near the top of its 5-day range, all the way down to ones near the bottom, or rank them, sort them in that fashion, if that's what you're interested in, just seeing them, and then finding a way, and then adding. So I'm getting ahead of myself. Why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? I click on configure. This is what I'm looking for. Stocks between 1 and 50. Volume is at least 200,000 shares, and the price is at least 2% up from yesterday's close. But what I could have done, and for those of you, not just us, but for those of you who just want to follow certain stocks all the time, or it could be a different basket of stocks every day, you create what we call a symbol list, and then you'll have it over in this column, and you would say only the following list, okay, and you would check it, and then it's only going to follow those. There's got to be a. Yeah. Anyway, so you would just check it, only the following list, and you would check it. So you could say, call it Gus's stocks, and you would just check it, and then it's only going to monitor in this top list window only those stocks, and then that's how you can create. You can sort on different column headers. So again, you sound like you want to really have the 5-day. I don't have that as a column header, but it's easy enough to add, and you sort on it, and you see the stocks that are near the high, near the high of its 5-day range, all the way down to the ones near the low. And also, I didn't in this case, but you could add relative volume and things like that. So if, the stock is trading very abnormally volume wise, I didn't do it here because all I really want to do, the typical use of our top list windows before we had racing, and you can still use a top list window like this, is show me the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as I have the column header, which I do to change from the close, yesterday's close, I can sort on it. So, and of course, the stock has to meet the filter requirements, has to be in the price range I want, the minimum volume, etc. So, VIA is up 109%. So I say that it has to meet all the filter requirements because some of you may go, well, wait a minute, I see a stock that's up 300%. Well, that's because you have different filters than I do. Maybe you're looking at penny stocks and things like that. So you could take this top list window, okay, and then just you could take this top list window and then just add your symbol list to it and then monitor if that's all you want to do. Or you could have an alert window. So you could say, okay, show me the stocks that are, your 10 stocks. And when a stock makes a new high for the day or a new low for the day or a new 5-minute high or a new 5-minute low, things like that as a trigger. This is just looking at stocks, ranking them. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are, I could say, show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes. And you rank them, you sort them. But just because BIYA is up 108% doesn't mean it's making a new high of the day. We don't even, I take a look at it. It's actually starting to drift down, but it's still up 109%. The only indicators I got on my chart, that's the indicator right there. That's the VWAP. So for instance, you could also add, a stock breaking above the VWAP if you wanted one of your stocks breaking above the VWAP or close to the VWAP. That's the only indicator that I use. But you could, if you have your own favorite moving average, you can also do something like that. Show me stocks that are near the 10, on the daily chart anyway, the 10 SMA or the 20 SMA, things like that. Don't want to get too complicated, but all depends on how you want to monitor those stocks. So here's the beauty of the race, though, because I've sorted on the ones that are up the most. But what the race does, it doesn't care what stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is, since the race started, what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. So here's BRLS, up 7%. And it's only it's an 8-cent, it's a cheap stock. But where is it in this list? It's right there. Okay, it's still up, it's up 12%. Skills is something. Okay. In fact, I'll bet that I have now. Yeah, so I didn't take that one because of the spread. But Skills is can be a very active stock. It's only up 3.6%. What if all of a sudden Skills decided, there was a whole bunch of buying pressure came in, and it was up 5%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list of stocks? How would you know that? So that's what the race does. All the race cares about is what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise since the race started. Now, granted, you're going to see the stocks near the top here probably all day long. Why? Because people are so interested in these. Look at the relative volume. This is trading 521 times normal. Ager, 5,300 times normal up to this time of day. Look at these. That's that relative volume ratio. Of course, people are looking at these stocks all day long. So, they're more than likely going to be winning races or in this list all day long. But that doesn't mean that some stock comes out of nowhere and just starts to move up this list. Okay? So hopefully this is making sense that you can create your own top list window, because what happens is if you want to monitor your stocks via racing, then launch real-time stock race. You have your own top list window that you created with your own set of parameters, and then you launch the real-time stock race based on it. Now, I'm not saying, again, I'm talking in general, not just to you guys, but I mean, I'm not saying that people have to use races. It's an interesting concept because it creates a top 10 list for you, okay, that you can concentrate on all day long. So instead of flitting around, from stock to stock to stock, it creates this watch list for you. Yeah, and you can create minimum market caps. So for instance, if you didn't want to just follow those stocks, okay, those 10 stocks, but you could say, okay, but show me stocks with whatever market cap you want. Minimum 5 billion, 1 billion, 10 billion, whatever you want, and then just follow those large cap stocks without restricting yourself just to those 10 stocks. I mean, you can keep doing what you're doing, if you're comfortable doing that, but you can sort of expand your horizon a bit if you just want to follow large cap stocks. We have a filter. Oh, in fact, let me go to this race right over here. That's the difference between this race and that and these two races. This is a large cap gainers. Okay. Now, if I right click on the list, open the top list window, look how compared to the list over here, it's a lot smaller. Why? Because I've got some restrictive filters that I've added that aren't in here. Now, the other thing is that this is not a static list. In other words, that's not it for the day. This list will expand and contract all day long because I right click and configure. This is in this particular one, this is what I'm looking for. Stocks between $10 and $70, 200,000 shares are traded, minimum up 2% from yesterday's close. Now, this position in the day's range. I want to see stocks near the high of the day. That's just what I want to see. So if I had 100 in this, that would mean a stock is basically right at the high of the day. At 95, that means it's very close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. Again, it doesn't have to be what everybody else wants, but that's what I want to see. And here's your market cap, 500 million. Okay, minimum market cap of 500 million, and also a minimum float of 50 million. So if you're looking for that specifically, you could make that whatever you consider is the minimum market cap you want. 2 billion, 5 billion, 10 billion, 10 trillion. You know what I mean? This, of course, is just customizable. I've just put 500 million. And again, a top 10 list is built. So if you just want to follow large cap stocks, no problem. In a race or any other way. I mean, this is just another concept of how we can track our data. Well, I wish people would ask more questions, Gus. I mean, that's why we're here, or I'm here. I mean, I'm trading, yes, but that's the idea of why the room is free. People are interested in the product, and you can come into the room as long as as many times you want. There's no restriction. You get comfortable. Well, we have a lot. See, I'm because I'm way more of a day trader. I don't care about fundamentals at all, but we have a lot of fundamental filters. People are interested in that, you know, category. So that's all alerts and filters. But if I click on fundamentals, so these are all the fundamental filters that we've got. Okay. Well, obviously, the market cap, the shares outstanding, days to cover, held by insiders, institutions, et cetera, et cetera. I don't use any of these because they're the only one I wanted to have a large cap raise, so that's why I use the market cap minimum. But other than that, I'm not a fundamental trader, but some of you are. So here's all the different filters that you can use if you're interested in creating a top list or an alert window using fundamental filters also. Remember, the whole idea of filters is to whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. There's 10,000. I don't know how many stocks are out there now on all the exchanges that we cover, but let's call them 10,000, 12,000. Well, if I said, show me stocks making new highs of the day, and I had no filters in place, well, you'd get inundated all day long. So that's why, of course, you have filters. Zero in and maybe a price range you like, a minimum volume that you like, normal volume that you want, things like that to whittle the number down. Otherwise, you'll be inundated with alerts all day long. Okay, guys. Wow, it's been a fast morning. 11:22. I love the questions. It's great to keep me engaged. And I say I leave it between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are questions. I don't have to leave then, but I don't feel like hanging around if it's dead in the room. So give me a moment. I will be back. Okay, guys. Excuse me, guys. I'm back. You do not have to add the wave for every scan. So once you got it on when you say scan, you're talking about every chart or every symbol. Let me make sure I understand. The wave is on a chart, okay? So when I click on a symbol, it doesn't matter. I can click on symbols all day long, and the wave is going to be there on all the different symbols. If that's what you mean. You don't have to add it every time you click on a new symbol. Is that what you meant? The wave is not in the scan. It's on the chart. Does that make sense? So when I click on a symbol, there's the wave. Okay, there it is. Did that make sense, 162, or did I not answer your question? The wave is not a scan, in other words. It's just showing on your chart, but like the VWAP or the 200-day moving average. Now, if people don't know how to add the wave, let me know. I can. It's just part of the standard service, okay? To add the wave to your charts, and you can see also that it depends on the time frame you're using. I mean, here on a 2-minute chart for DVN, it's all blue, right? But here on a 15, there was a little bit of orange. Well, it might have been orange earlier too. Depends on the time frame you're using. Remember, blue means a stronger trend, and if it transitions to all of a sudden. Now, this is not an easy one. This for me would not be an easy one because you see how wide the bars are, and they're piercing into the wave itself, and sometimes going down below. This is not what I call it'd be harder to maintain. What I like to see is a nice narrow wave where the bars are just touching the top of the wave and just continuing up. That's not always going to happen, of course. Sort of like CNC, yeah, they're coming into it a little bit, but more. And this is not a great example either because it's piercing into the wave, and that's just me. That's just the way I look at it. Okay, there's not a video on this. This is like the be all and the end all. Like get out of it if it pierces into the wave. It's just after using this for quite a while. Let me see if I can find a better one. See, I mean, look at this. How this wave is it's narrowing, and you see how the bottom of the bars are still in touch with the top of the wave, and they're not really piercing into it that much. It allows you to keep in the trade, for me anyway, a lot longer. No, well, you click on a symbol, and the wave is there for every symbol. If that's what you Okay, you don't have to right click on a chart and add the wave. No, once you add the wave to your charts, to your time frames that you want to have the wave on, then it's there on every symbol. You just click on a symbol and the wave is there. Okay, does that answer? Does that make sense then? Now the question, if you don't have the wave on your chart, I mean, I can. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to add the wave to your charts. That's really the question then, right? How do you get the wave on your chart? Okay. Well, hopefully you're on a version of Trade Ideas. If you click on Help and About, let me click on Help and About, okay? You are a subscriber, right? At 162 to Trade Ideas, you are. All you need is our standard service. Okay. So click on Help and About, okay? And what do you see? What version do you see? See where it says 5.8.1? So just click on Help from the toolbar and then About, and then what do you have as a version? Okay, just click on from the toolbar, click on Help, and then About. You do have a toolbar, right? You not have a toolbar that looks like this that says File, New, Tools, Windows, etc. I just have to know the version you're on to make sure that when I keep going, that you're going to see what I see. Have we lost you again, 162, in terms of, are we having an intermittent problem with hearing me? I know my mic is on. I can't keep going until I know the version you're on. Okay, good. All right. Makes it a lot easier now. Okay, what I'm going to do here, you don't have to do this. Okay, first thing to do, okay, go to your, it doesn't matter what time frame you pick, a 15-minute, 2-minute, weekly, daily, month, any chart, doesn't matter what time frame. You can put the wave on any time frame you want. But I'm going to show you on this 15-minute chart. I just disabled it. That's why you're not seeing it. But the first thing you must do is if you're, and I'm, okay, first thing you must do is right click on your chart and you see where it says use browser interface. If it's already checked, then don't uncheck it because it's just a toggle on and off. But if you don't see a check mark beside that, use browser interface, check it. Click on it and then it'll check it. You see if I right click now, you see how it's checked? I'm gonna go step by step till I know that you have checked that and now your use browser interface is checked. So until I see a yes, I will keep going. And again, that's all you're doing is right clicking in the body of the chart and bringing up this big menu that use browser interface. Is one of the options at the bottom here. So I need to see a yes. Okay, so that's checked. Next step, when you do that, you should see a bunch of icons up here. Let me know if you see, there's a little anchor, see what I'm pointing at? There's a little anchor icon. Can you see that little anchor icon that I'm pointing at? And there's to the left of that, the indicator icons. So assuming you can see it. Now, if you can't see it, it's because your chart is too small. Let me explain that. Ah, Okay, here, didn't mean to do that. I did. So let me know first of all, can you see these? Can you see these icons? Because if you can't see them, it means your chart is too small. See, I just sort of shrunk my chart down, and that's what happens. People say, "Well, I can't see those icons." Chart has to be a certain size, so you can't see the icons. So is that so? That must be that has to be the reason. Then I'm going to assume your chart is too small. You see how I shrunk my chart down, and those icons disappeared. So you have to sort of take, so maybe I have a point, well, I have a cross right here or a pointer, and I get to the top of that chart, and then it changes to the up down arrow. I left click on my mouse and keep holding it, and I stretch my chart up. Okay. When you do that, can you see these indicators? Or can you see these icons? Sorry, not indicators. Can you see these icons? Can you see like the anchors? There's a little bell, there's an anchor. Is that still a no that you cannot see? I have to be able to see these icons. No, it shouldn't make any difference. Now, somebody had a problem yesterday, the same sort of thing, and they had to restart Trade Ideas or something or reboot Trade Ideas. I don't want you to do that, though. I'm trying to think of any other reason why, if you're on 5.8.1, which is the latest version, why you shouldn't be able to see these icons. If you promise me that use browser interface is checked. Promise me. Okay. All right. Um, hmm. Is the only usual reason is because the chart is too small and has to be a certain size in order to see these icons. All right. What other reason could there possibly be? If you do this, I mean, it shouldn't be, but if you click on account and click on reset connection a couple of times, will you try that for me? So click on account up here in the toolbar, account, and then reset connection a couple of times. And it shouldn't matter. You're on it. So you have, okay, and you still don't see it. And you're okay. If you uncheck, okay, now try it. Yeah. Because they just appear. I mean, there's no option to have them either appear or not appear unless, the only way they don't appear is if your chart is too small or browser interface is not checked. Because you have to see this because when you click on this icon beside the anchor, so for those of you do see this and you don't have the wave, okay, I'll just keep going for a moment here. If you do see, if you've got your user browser interface is checked and you do see these icons up here, to the left of the anchor is the indicator icon. You click on it and trade wave is one of the options. And you click on trade wave and then that adds the wave, okay? It adds the wave to your chart. That's it, okay? And you do it on all the different time frames that you want to have the wave on. I don't need the wave for me in the daily, weekly, and monthly. I just want them intraday. So again, I'll click on this. So this is like a toggle on and off. So when I clicked on it, because I had the wave on before, and when I clicked on it, it turns it off. I'll click on it again, and it'll turn it on. The only reason, yeah, I can't think of a reason. You're on the right version. You've done a reboot. I know somebody had a problem. Was it you were in the room earlier? I know you had a problem, and I think you had to reboot Trade Ideas or something. I don't necessarily want you to do that. I mean, you can, but I don't see why that should make any difference. Well, that was you. Well, I thought it was somebody else. Or did you change? Did you come in? I thought your name started with an A or something. I thought you went into Amber. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember Amber Blood or something like that. Didn't you go into the YouTube room? And I thought somebody helped you. And I thought you said you had to restart Trade Ideas or something. Okay. So that didn't help then? I thought yesterday you were helped. I thought you restarted Trade Ideas and it was there. Plured, not plume. Okay. So after you rebooted, but you shouldn't have to do that every day. Pepe, can you? I don't want to burden you, but can you think of any reason on the right version, 5.8.1, the swears that use browser interface is checked, swears that the chart is big enough so that you can see this, you can see the indicators. I just don't know how to help. Well, another waste of time, really, but well, hopefully anybody who wanted to add the wave, hopefully they could see what I was doing. I don't understand. By the way, Pepe, I did get the Garmin Venue 4 as advertised, completely as advertised. So when did I charge this thing? Fully charged 4 o'clock my time on Sunday, so 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock Eastern time. And what are we now? 11:40 Eastern time on Tuesday, and I'm still at 88% charge. 88%. So as advertised in terms of longevity, which is one of the reasons I got it. There's other reasons, of course, but no, I'm really liking it. But it's real. Sorry, guys, complete tangent. Really different from, of course, the Galaxy the watches that I had. It's not quite. I wouldn't call it as friendly, but you just got to get used to it, and then boom. VWAP is not a no VWAP or any of the indicators here are not. I mean, to add the VWAP, it's just a matter of right click. Now, if you're using the browser interface charts, then you'll see indicators, and here's all the indicators you can use. Okay. Now, if you're talking about the anchored VWAP, which I don't have, yeah. Oh, if you're talking about the anchored VWAP, yeah, that's an additional $50. But you've got to really know that you want to use it. Okay. I personally, I tried it. I thought it was going to be awesome, but it wasn't great for me for intraday trading. I think it's probably not bad if you're more of a swing trader. No. Are you more of a swing trader? 162. Okay. Did you go to the channel at all and understand what the concept is? Did you go to the channel and take a look at it? So if you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then it, okay, you saw the video. Yeah. Yeah, there's no trial for it. I was excited to use it. I bought the book even, and I like the concept, but it complicated things for me trying to intraday trade using it. So I just abandoned it a long time ago. I like the intraday VWAP. The daily VWAP is all I need. No, I'm not saying maybe there are people out there that are using the anchored VWAP for intraday trading, and if you're successfully using it, great. I just couldn't. It just complicated things for me. You can see, I mean, that's it. I want to hit the VWAP. That's it. And I don't even consider the wave. I mean, I guess it is indicators, but it's for me, it's just a nice visual presentation. All right, guys. Well, what time is it now? 11:44. So in about 15 minutes, I will be taking a break. Steve Gomez from Trade Ideas will take over for me in our YouTube room. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week, and actually, he's a very close friend of Brian Shannon, who is the sort of the anchored VWAP guru. So, I mean, if 161, if you wanted to go over, well, if you're new to trading, I probably wouldn't even look at it, to be honest. Okay. If you're new to trading and all, it just, I wouldn't overwhelm yourself. New to trade ideas. Okay. But also, here, here's the deal with trade ideas. And I'm not just talking to you, 162. Okay. You can, people who are new to trade ideas think, oh my gosh, this is way too complicated. How am I going to learn all this? Couple things. Here's a scan that I've got here, okay? I'm going to right click on it. I'm going to click on configure. I'm going to click on search. So yes, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got, starting off with the two most popular ones, the new high and the new low of the day. But look how many we've got. All these icons represent real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, all these icons represent all the filters that we've got. So if you're looking at this for the first time and saying, oh gosh, I'm not going to learn all these. Well, the good news is you don't have to, okay? The only reason there are so many of these is that when the company started back in 2003, they felt most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. How much harder would that be? So what they did was they said, okay, let's try to create a lot of different real-time alerts and a lot of different types of filters so that anybody with any trading experience could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Most of these I have never even looked at. I have never even looked at. Okay. Doesn't mean they're bad, just means I don't need them for my trading style. I basically only use the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of those filters. Okay. A handful. I want a price range, a minimum volume, a relative volume, things like that. Just a handful of them. Doesn't mean, again, what I don't use is bad. It means I don't need them for my trading style. But so if I were new to this, trade ideas, I'd probably maybe scroll down. Oh, I know what that means. Oh, I know what that means. Now, if you're interested in something like a standard deviation breakout, maybe you've heard about it. So if you click on it, left click on it to highlight it, and then click on help, you're going to get a detailed explanation of what it's all about. Okay. Now, you don't have to do that for every one of these. You don't have to learn what they all are. But maybe there's something in here that you've sort of seen. Geez, I've never really thought about trying that. Well, you can click on it, and then click on the help. You'll get a very detailed explanation, and maybe you look at that and go, "Huh, maybe I'll try that." But you certainly don't have to. Okay? You don't have to go through each one of them and learn them. So there is no alert for long AI. You mean when a stock shows up in the long AI? Is that what you mean? Like an alert? Yeah. Well, broken record, guys, but tomorrow, assuming that he's going to be doing it, Dan Merkin, the CEO from Trade Ideas, he usually does between 12 and 1 o'clock. He starts his own YouTube stream, and it's your opportunity to ask the CEO questions and keep hammering him on that one. There's two that people want. Okay, it's two that people want. I want to know when a stock gets added to the long-term AI as an alert. And the other one, I want to be able to create my own scan and get an alert when the buy or the sell flag shows up. Those are the two most often asked questions. I can't help you. I'd like them too. I don't know about the long-term AI, but I'd like to know when a sell flag showed up or a buy flag showed up on my scan. Okay, give me one moment, please. I have to tend to my little dog here. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys. So again, in 10 minutes, I'll be taking a break, and Steve Wilmus will take over from in the YouTube room. So before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link into the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week, the ones that come out every Monday morning. And he's way more of a swing trader than I am, which doesn't take much because I'm not a swing trader at all. So it doesn't take much. Steve works at Trade Ideas also, so I don't really work at Trade Ideas. I'm contracted. I'm not an employee. Steve is an employee. So good questions today, guys. I really, I do appreciate the questions. Oh, look at the SPLF, 17% move now, guys. So remember, I was talking about the skills earlier, okay? SKLZ and 637 was their entry, and I didn't like it because of the spread. See, had the spread been like this, 667, 673 back then, I would have taken the trade almost for sure. But remember, when I looked at that back here, the spread was like 605, 632. Okay, like a crazy stupid spread. Did I know, was a spread? I mean, eventually the spread is tightened up and it would have been okay, but I did not want to take the chance. That would have been another excellent, excellent one from the reentry. But, I just couldn't do it because of the spread. And let's take a look at the 5118 now. Yeah, really good. Can you see why I really, really like these reentries? Do they all work like this? Of course not. Some, though, only look at reentries who have the AI. They don't. Now, this one would have worked also right from the beginning. 4268, 4534. You didn't need a reentry. It didn't hit the stop and get halfway between. But I'm telling you, I mean, if you just wait, because think about this, the reentry can be, if you look at it this way, you get the original alert, it gets stopped out, and then you get the reentry. So you look at it this way, that the idea was still good. It was just a little early. And of course, the reentry is going to give you a better entry. To short this, instead of shorting at 1014, you're shorting at 1029. Or shorting. So anyway, I'm just saying, I mean, some just wait for the reentries. And remember, you can put a sound alert in this window so that when you get an alert, when a stock shows up, you'll get the sound alert so you know to look at the window. And you also get the sound alert on the reentry. Yeah, SBLX, well, okay, guys, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Okay, so you can head over and listen to Steve if you want. He'll be there in about 5 minutes. Okay, so there's the link to get into YouTube. He'll take over for me in our YouTube room. I'll put the announcement up here. I'm not going to go until he shows up, but I'll just put the announcement up here. All right, Poe, let's cheer on Poe. Okay, wow, a pretty tight stop, but okay. So Poe is taking the BIYA at 154. It has won some races, so let's take a look at it. 154, and with a 150 stop, I can see why you're doing that. So you're going to know if it's going to work very quickly. That's the nice thing about a tight stop, I guess. You'll know right off the bat if it's going to work, almost. So let's put a price alert up here for Poe. Let's put, let's not be too greedy. 158, 157. Okay. So just the two trades for me today, guys. The sleep number and the eras both worked out very nicely. I don't trade very much. Okay, even if I weren't doing this, I never have been somebody. I don't have to be in a trade all day long. Okay. Okay. See how easy that is, Paul. I just put a price alert there. Okay, let's put one at 160 for you now. By the way, you see how easy it is to create a price alert? You just go to your chart, and if you can eyeball it, you put it there, or you can, type it in, of course, create price alert 162, or you can type in whatever you want. I'll save it, and it comes down to the bottom here. What you do is you minimize the price alert window, and then when the price alert happens, if it does, it'll pop up on your screen, so you cannot miss it. So you don't, even if you have screen space. I mean, some of you, like I've got 3 big monitors, but I used to have the price alert window up all running all the time. And then Don, and well, actually, it was real when he used to be around. He said he used to minimize it, and then it would pop up, and then that just clued in on me and said, "Wow, yeah, just minimize the window, and then when you get an alert, you can't miss it." All right, guys, 11:59. So I'm just waiting for Steve to make his appearance. All right, I heard a little pop. I think Steve is in our YouTube room right now, guys. So my announcement's up here on a break back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm going to mute myself now in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can officially welcome Mr. Steve Gomez to our YouTube room of Trade Ideas. Good morning. Yes, it's morning for us. Good morning, Steve. How are you this morning?
I'm good. It's a little bit of selling today. I'm just kind of watching the red, but no big deal. That's how it goes.
Okay. Now, I know you're going to be in this development meeting, and I'm hammering on this point about not having, you said last week that you had alerted Brad, and Brad agrees.
Yeah, he agrees.
Please, because if you look at there's 3 of them today, and I'm not saying they're all going to work every single day, but I mean, when you look at eras and you had a reentry at 10:29 to short it, and it got down to 8 something. But even the skills, you had a reentry to get in at 637. It's at 677 now. And the other one, Kinsa, a reentry at 5118. It's at 5213 now. I mean, why are we burying the lead here? Well, maybe that's not quite the right term,
No,
but
it's a perfect term. And I wrote it down, so I will follow up and bring it up in the meeting.
Okay, because I guarantee. Well, a long time ago, at least I got Dan to add the reentry price as a default column. Okay, but we got to take it one step further, because you'll never see that default price if you have profitable trades checked. You won't see it because it's underneath.
We can't chop the legs off of our own scanner.
Yeah, so. It's great tech. It's great tech. So, I mean, what does it take to just have the default?
Probably not much
in the filter,
and it'll be probably in the next version when they fix it.
Okay. All right. I'll leave you. I'm off my soapbox because it bothers me.
Well, I'm glad you're passionate about the product. That's good.
Yeah, exactly. And I've had the product since 2010. So I still have the passion.
All right. I've had
it Steve.
2003.
Okay, I know. Always one-upping me.
I got to do that. I'm sorry. I know that was cheap.
Okay. Well, I didn't know Dan and those guys back then. So, okay. You did. You had okay. All right. I'm going to mute myself now. We'll see you. I know you want to leave at about 5 to the hour. So I'll try to make
please. Yep. You got to give me time.
Okay.
All right. Hello, everybody. I see some green coming through my tickers here at the top of the hour. Sometimes that happens. Algorithms like even round numbers, 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock Eastern. Little buy programs, who knows? But market is just definitely bleeding off some steam, which is totally much needed. I mean, let's be honest, this kind of stuff couldn't last forever. Now, again, I'm in kind of hedge fund mode since down here. in most of the account. I still am trying to do some day trading in and out of other things, maybe some small swing trading. So, maybe 30%, 40% cash at the most, but I've got a core holding of some things, and that's fine. They're down today. And I'm willing to give the time for pullbacks, which is a couple days. And it's never fun to watch red on your screen, but as a position trader, in order to move higher, you've got to pull the arrow back a little bit and then go again. So all of us would love to just have straight line moves, but after a while that gets a little unhealthy. It becomes like musical chairs. So again, what I'm saying is, from my perspective, I'm not too worried about today's pullback. It's a shallow pullback. And honestly, if we were to just do this here, even into next week, that's fine. I'm good with that. Hello, Patrick. Rum has been doing really well. This is one of my core holdings I just mentioned. ONDS trade of the week's being a pain in the ass. And then what do you got? UGL is the third one, Patrick. Now you're buying the gap down. Why not? Good entry. Speaking of good entries, I gave Andy, I had no money today, but I gave Andy Hive. He saw Riot and Mara and some of these other Bitcoin digital miners. And this is how you have to do it right now. I looked over and it fake breakout back here, and it broke through all the moving averages and found a bounce about a half an hour, 45 minutes ago. Well, what does this correspond to? It corresponds to the rising 20 SMA. So I love to use moving averages, especially when those moving averages hold and backstop a trend line. So if I'd had cash this morning, I would have jumped into this with Andy, but he's going to owe me a drink if that works. He'll probably day trade that up into the 130. That's how I would have done it anyway. So whatever you guys want to talk about, again, that's what I'm looking at. Just some sideways grinding, maybe into not next week, and through the remainder of this week. Not steep pullbacks, whether it's the SPY, the Russell. Russell's got a bit more of a steeper pullback. It's actually testing the 10 SMA. And if you recall, the Russell 2000 was the first one to really show double breakaway gap there, show the outperformance. IWM outperforming the other guys over the last month. And by the way, I don't know how much of that is included in here, but many of you may or may not have heard that the pattern day trading rule is coming to an end. Starting June 1st, the SEC is going to allow you to do more than 3 trades a day, or in the period of a few days. Get in, get out, get in, get out. As long as you show, I don't know what their metrics are, but by the end of the day, hopefully you're flat. And you're not taking home a lot of risk. There'll be certain collars and constraints on however they define risk. But the good news is, and I've seen it, working here, we have so many people that come in and say, hey, I've got $10,000. I want to learn how to trade. And you go, God, I'm so sorry. But if you live in the US, you are subject to pattern day trading rules because you need 25,000 or more. So they're getting rid of that 25,000 and more, which means if you have less than 25,000, you will be able to jump in, jump out. And that opens the door for a lot of people that was a barrier to entry in terms of initial finances, which was stupid. It was quite the dumbest nanny state rule. I mean, live and let live, let people open the door to whatever opportunities they want to try to advance themselves with. And if they can't make it, well, then that's just how it goes. June 4th, Pepe. I had heard June 30th and then June 1st. Maybe somebody can qualify. June 30th would make sense to me because they would start that on the first day of the third quarter. I hope it's June 4th. The sooner the better. All right. Can you talk about the daily trade ideas alert target price for entry later on? I'm not sure I understand that. Can you, the daily trade ideas alert, the target price for entry later on, days or weeks? Are you talking about the AI or the long-term AI? I'm not really sure which one you're pointing towards. Amber. Oh, the emails. Okay, so I think you might mean Andy's emails. You know, all I can say is if there's a stock on Andy's email, the Trader's Eye in the morning, which is a free service, and more than likely it's showing strength. And your question is, yeah, I know which one you mean now. Thank you. The daily alert, the target price for entry later on. Well, usually those videos are going to be like, watch for today, you know, because if it triggers, the trade is live. But what I'm getting at, and I think you're asking about, is these are obviously strong stocks. And so you'd want to watch for them. Let's use this IWM as an example. Let's say Andy said, hey, watch IWM here as it could break out. And then, oh, you missed it. And then you're like, oh my God, I missed it again, but I'm not going to buy it up here. Where could I take a chance? Well, it's pulling back to the daily, and this is the one you want to use, the daily 10 SMA. The daily 10 SMA is going to kick the price back into play with momentum. But it's got some work to do here. So let's say and you have to use the end of the day, you know, closing price too, because anything can happen. This is an ugly candle. But by the end of the day, if the price finds itself back up here, it's going to be a very pretty candle. It's going to have a nice long wick and a tail that you see as a rejection, kind of like it did right here. Look at how that wick rejection came down and touched the 10 SMA. The buyer stepped in. Well, what we need for this, again, to have continued confirmation is by the end of the day, we need to have the IWM back up into play. And that's really the answer I'm trying to give you here. Those, whatever names come through on there, if they go and they hit their target price, where to re-enter them. You know, two things. One, re-enter them at the 10 SMA, but hopefully you've got, you know, 2 or 3, at least 3 days minimum of pullback or consolidation, because stocks have to breathe after they make a move upwards. And the shallower that breath, the stronger that the next push could be. You could have deep pullbacks. Those are no fun. But the re-entry, I would say your best chance is to use either the intraday, the daily 10 SMA, or I don't know if I could find an example. If you want to give me some examples of stocks, I can look at those, because I'm sure you're probably looking at some. Just give me an example of a couple and we could look at them. That's probably the best way to do it. Like you're probably looking at something thinking, oh man, I either missed that or it hit its target and I made money, but you know, how can I re-enter it? Where's the best place to re-enter? But yeah, give me a symbol and I'll make a much better example for you. They're just killing DJT today. So strong yesterday, full round trip today. This stuff drives me nuts. ONDS, strong yesterday, almost a round trip today. This stuff drives me nuts. Can't get any damn follow through. So you have to day trade, at least for now. But I'm not day trading, I'm position trading. So I'm just kind of holding on. I do have a lot of cash to go. I thinned out of some things today, and I've got a pretty good chunk of cash tomorrow, probably 35%, just to reapply for day trades or whatever. But I'm kind of done for the day. I like this Xerox. I don't know why. I like the way I caught the really nice low down here. And then I've added to it. This is a perfect example right here. Okay, so here's a real world example of how I added Amber. I bought some Xerox way down here and I got lucky and I held on to it for like 5 or 6 days and I sold half of it up here. And I bought the other half back after 1, 2, 3, 4 days. I bought it on the day 4 a couple of days ago, right back on this key moving average. So since this was the key moving average it took out, the 50-day, it came back down and I bought it also because they were converging. There's that 10 SMA converging along with the 50. So this is a real world example of me adding back in what I sold up here. I still kept half. And so I loaded back up on another half and maybe a couple more actually. And so I really, really don't like to re-enter anything earlier than 3 days. I don't know what it is. I've been doing that a lot more lately. There's something about 3 days. It can be 3 days sideways, or it can be 3 red candles and pull back, or it can be 2 red candles and the third day is a nice bottoming tail wick right at one of these key moving averages. So I think the first order of business is once you've taken a profit on something and it's hit a target, and don't take it off your radar for a couple of days. Don't even look at it for at least 2 or 3 days. And then ideally at the end of day 3, with 3 days of selling, 3 days of consolidation, you're sitting right there at a level where the buyers might be interested again. So the rule of 3 days, I don't know why or how that came about, but I just notice it a lot. And I say that because sometimes I get early and I go, oh, I'm going to buy this. Oh, it's only day 2, but maybe I'll be right. The very next day, I'm like, why did I buy it on day 2? I know there's probably more sellers in there. It just takes 3 days to wash out the short-sighted sellers who want to protect profits. And then the buyers step back in. And so 3 days, and then figure out what your favorite, daily moving average is. I use the 10, the 20, and the 50. In this case, XRX, it's been in such a bad downtrend. The 10 SMA really doesn't even barely come into play. It's more the 50. The 50 SMA is like a general bill of health. If you're under the 50 SMA, you're in ill health. But once, and Brian Shannon kind of taught me this, once you break through and close above and reestablish, you're back above the 50. Well, all of a sudden your bill of health is changing. You're getting better. And what I was hoping for on my re-enter, but it was only a re-enter of half, because I'm not trying to day trade this. I'm trying to re-enter half, and then they've got earnings. I'm not telling anybody to buy this. I'm going to sit through earnings. Why? Because earnings have got to be priced into this thing. I mean, how can earnings not be priced into something like this, regardless of what they say? And I'm hoping they come out and say, we are retooling here at Xerox to the new technology of blah, blah, quantum AI, who knows what. And if they do that on April 30th, maybe I'll catch something. But that's a real world example, Amber, of waiting 3 days and then looking for a key moving average. If that moving average isn't working, then I like this 130. If the stock was trending up, not like XRX, but if the stock was trending up nicely and pulling back, you'd want to maybe look at this 5-day moving average intraday. But this is more of a day trading indicator. So as far as re-entries go, I would stick to the daily chart and focus on the 10 and the 20. But since this one's been in a downtrend, the 50 really comes into play. But ideally, something that's been moving up in an uptrend, you want to see that 10 SMA catch it. Let's look at the indexes. So Qs are still above their 10 SMA. SPYs, however, are all of a sudden getting close to it. So it's almost like a magnet, with the same polar sides kind of repelling. There's buyers stepping in here. And I guarantee you the reason buyers are stepping in here is because we're getting close to the momentum. This is momentum if I've ever seen it. We snapped the necks of the short sellers on this gap up right there and never let the short sellers out. Never let the people who wanted to buy on a pullback, never let them in. So they had to chase. Then we probably had a headline here, a giant breakaway gap in the SPY. And so stocks that are breaking out like this, say, let's say that was your target. Well, just like the IWM, you could have made a case to buy again there, but we are kind of running out of steam a little bit here. So it's very possible the scenario is if we do find weakness and we close like this and we break below and close below this momentum line, that equals momentum is dead. What happens when momentum dies and breaks the 10 SMA? Right underneath it on these uptrending stocks is the 20 SMA. And I refer to the 20 SMA as the backstop. So they all have names, right? The momentum line is the 10 SMA. The backstop is going to be the 20 SMA. And the general bill of health, look at the SPY where they got ugly and the shorts piled on. Then all of a sudden we gapped up to the general bill of health, held it, and the market all of a sudden say, hey, I feel great. I'm in good health again. Yeah, just like we're waiting 3 days, Patrick. There's something about 3 days that it seems to take to wring out the rag of all the dirty water that doesn't want to stick around, whether it's a bad earnings gap down or whether it's them realizing, oh shit, I should have taken profits yesterday or the day before. I better take profits today before it's too late. And those scenarios seem to last 3 days. You have a small sliver of Xerox. Hey, all right, Amber, I'm glad you have a small sliver of that because I just gave you my complete game plan on that. And DJT, I'm also in DJT. I don't like what it's doing today, but I'm not trading this. This is an investment. I've got what I call a vanity entry down here. That blue line is my entry. That double stop of low, I decided to go long on this day. I've also got a vanity entry in Tesla, which means I'm not selling these unless I have to. If they go back to lows, another double low in Tesla. So I've got a good one on that. Rumble Media, I actually added to it. So I had to raise my vanity line from there to about 449, 548 right there. So I've got about 5 or 6 names that I'm not selling. I have no intention of selling. I want to try and ride, hopefully, a good trend reversal here. Even though the NASDAQ and the Qs didn't really look like they were in ever a bear market, this was enough to spook out a lot of things. Actually, it goes back to there. In small caps and other individual names, the indexes don't really show the carnage that was really done in individual names. I think we all know those names. We've all had a couple that we just can't believe they just keep going lower. And it's been like that for 6 months. I had DJT for a few reasons. They're just diversifying in everything. They're going to have prediction markets and they're spinning off their social thing, but they're heavily into power now, nuclear fusion. They're merging with a fusion company. I also think the big story in DJT is kind of like GameStop. There's a ton of naked shorts in there that have been picking on that. And there could be a day of reckoning where there's a giant short squeeze, and I want to make sure I'm positioned in that. Oh, another vanity entry I have is another Trump stock, Bitcoin, ABTC. My entry is 84 or 85. And this is a really good position size too. When this thing moves, it moves my P&L pretty nicely. So I knew with this wonderful day here, that big tail, like, wow, this has been a fun day. But you know what? There's going to be a couple choppy days ahead. And we're getting them 1, 2, 3. Today's day 4. We filled the gap here in ABTC. Maybe that's going to be the last of it. Very well could be just filling that gap. If it doesn't, then what's this called? The backstop. I fully expect that maybe tomorrow ABTC will catch a trend line right there on that 20 SMA. If not, if it can't hold today. But one of the most encouraging things I found about ABTC is they're late to the mining game. They've only been mining since, I think, last April. And they've already got like 4,000 or something Bitcoins. And then I saw a really encouraging chart. Whatever they're doing over there with their efficiency and power grids and whatnot, they are mining a coin at the lowest price than any of the other miners. I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing something right. So for every coin they mine, they're running circles around some of the other companies in their cost to mine, whatever you call that. 85 cents in ABTC. And it's a good size, and I've not sold a single share. I would probably consider adding to it on a day like tomorrow if it came down here. But like I said, I've already got a full load of this thing. I don't really want to overload it. If this thing goes up into $2 or $3, I'll be a very happy camper. What's a good entry for DJT? Well, boy, yesterday you chased it, but today, see what the stock chart is giving me here. If DJT comes down to $9, Trade Ideas is giving you the entry because it's making new lows. And since the stock chart knows it's making a new low, the stock chart automatically looks left, like Barry does all the time, look left, and it draws the most nearby point of support. So anywhere down in here could be an interesting buy zone. Problem is, bigger picture, it's struggling to get a good bill of health, right? Look at that topping middle finger wick. Yeah, it's above the 50, but then it dropped back down 1, 2, 3 days. Hey, 3 days and then a bounce. How about that? Poked its head up for water, took a giant breath, and then somebody shoved its head back down under the 50-day moving average again. So it's really getting pinched in here in this area. I'll be thoroughly disappointed if it breaks that $9 level and heads back down towards my entry. But time will tell. I just have to stick around and see if it can break back above. Anything under 10 might be a good entry in hindsight. Who knows? I'm not going to tell you what to do. I just love the diversification of what that company is building out. And they got rid of the CEO, Devin Nunes, but I think that's one of the moves that is common, where his job was to break through the red tape and build the foundation of the system. They had to build everything from scratch, all their cloud, all their data centers. And now they've got a new CEO in there who's probably a bit more broad-minded, focused in terms of running a business rather than creating a foundation. So I'm going to go with that. I don't think there was any bad blood there. Devin Nunes was a congressman, and he's a smart guy. But what we need for DJT is to get back above this 50-day. And it's also a slope indication. Back here, the 50-day was sloping downward pretty bad. But now we're starting to come in for a landing here. And if we can flatten that 50-day out and then get back above, that'll be a nice change. Change of winds. What are most of my other color? Those are my key holdings. Actually, I wouldn't call GameStop a key holding, but look at how GameStop, look at what it's doing here. This is that short squeeze possibility 2.0 maybe. GameStop has $9 billion. They're just sitting on a trove of money, and they're one headline away from probably blasting off. And so if you look at this long-term pattern, watch this. That's pretty bullish. So I don't have a lot of it, just a half size. But what I wanted to show you is look at the momentum line, the 10 SMA. Ever since here, it held, challenged and held, wicked and held. And today, it's wicking and challenging it, and hopefully it can pop back above. So that's super bullish when I see anything on a daily chart. And look at how the moving averages are starting to fan out. Once things start to break out, the fast line, which is faster than the 20, slow to kind of cross the 50, and then eventually the 10 and the 20 kind of become the guiding rails of a good trend. If the momentum of the 10 SMA breaks, sometimes it'll hold the 20 as the backstop. The DJT number was basically, it wasn't really a number. Well, let's see, it's gone now for the moment. It was 901. So it needs to hold $9. How am I feeling about the market? I'm feeling we're a little overextended, Jay. We still need to probably give some back. I wouldn't be surprised if we do break our momentum line here, maybe settle back into 700, which would be kind of a pivot level, or then some on the SPY. And if we look in intraday here, we're actually being pinched. We're now under the 5-day moving average, so we're under pressure here, and under the 10 SMA intraday. So more than likely, we might come back down here and challenge this rising 10 SMA. And if we do give it away, we could come back and kind of settle like that. But the point being, the indexes are sliding sideways rather than deep pullbacks. This market has been very unkind to the short sellers, and it's even been very frustrating to the people who want to buy a pullback because they got bullish right here. They never really got their pullback. So eventually they're going to get their pullback, but they're going to have to pay up for it. But I'm expecting just some sideways action. I don't think we can continue to just do what we did the last 3 weeks for much longer. So I'm in like 40% cash right now, and I'll just hold on to that and look for opportunities and maybe sit on my hands for a couple of days, minus the positions I'm sitting in, which again are Tesla, really nice entry at lows, DJT, really nice entry at lows, American Bitcoin, really nice entry at lows, Rum added to it off lows. Rum should be right about here. Let me see where Rum is. $5.47. That's my entry in Rum. And Xerox. Since I've added to it, I had to up my entry. I had a really good entry down there, but now since I've added to it, that's my new break even. But I did take profits on that. And then lastly, GameStop. Those are the stocks I intend to hold. I have no intent in selling, but then that it frees up 35% or so of cash that I can play with, or be defensive with by not doing anything. I did sell that DXYZ that Barry showed me. It looked like it was just holding on to my money. I don't like the way the chart behaves. And some actual news came out today about the IPO price being possibly around $2 trillion for SpaceX, and DXYZ did nothing. That's all I needed to see. I sold it right there. So I basically flatted that one. I basically tied up capital for about a week and a half in that one. I just gave up. Oh, yeah, the SOX or the SMHs I'll use. This is a perfect example of what the market needs to do. Nothing can do that forever. Their first stop is they're doing the exact same thing as the market. This is probably, I'm not telling anybody to short, but if I was looking for a short term, maybe a short sell, your risk reward is so solid right here. You've got just a solid ceiling of the 5 and the 10 SMA and the 5-day. Your out would be right about there at 490. So you could risk all that to try and get down to 480. The first stop is probably going to be the 10 SMA. I mean, it's just probably a foregone conclusion at this point. And then in a day or two, this 20 will also creep up a little bit. So we could be looking at that. What we got there? 465-ish would probably be fair. You could probably do a Fibonacci. If somebody wants to do a Fibonacci on this, I don't have the ability to with our trade ideas charts, but you would draw a Fibonacci bottom 361 to 510. What is that? 150 points into 360. I can't do that in my head, but you eyeball it. That's about a 50% retracement right there, and about a 1/3 retracement or Fibonacci is probably going to be right there, about 465. I'll even put an alert in there. I would eyeball a Fibonacci to be something like that. Whatever that translates to the SOX. I don't think I can. Can I bring that up on here? So that would be like probably around 409 in the SOX. Look at that. They're even more weak than the SMHs in the SOX index. They've already been rejected at the 5-day moving average. And now what's coming down to force the issue is the heavy hand of sell momentum. And look at how the price is behaving right there. This is why I use these two indicators, you guys. It just kind of gives me the guide rails of this 15-minute time frame. Probably just ask Grok or ask AI. Probably there's different components in the two of them. I think the SOX is probably more widely used. The SMH is more of an ETF. The Philly S SOX has been around forever, and whereas the SMH is newer. But just different weightings and different components. Jeez, DJT, give it a rest. But anyway, I think I'm caught up with you guys' questions. Look at this, the NASDAQ's now just starting. This is really, I'm not looking to, like, if I had money to buy right now, I would not even be looking for an entry. The winds, kind of a change here. And the NASDAQ is now getting pressured like the SOX was. And I bet anything the SPYs probably look similar. Yep. So just these two moving averages. And for those that don't know, this is 130 SMA. And that gives me a 5-day moving average, because this is not a daily chart, it's a 15, but it's divided by 130, works out to a smooth 5-day, and it comes really into play. So you got the 5-day on this chart. If you double that, you got a 10-day. You double that, you got a 20-day. And then we use 50 because that's just the market standard. But as I'm speaking here, you can see the moving average is pushing down on the price of all of our indexes at the moment. So I would not be looking for anything new to buy right here. If you're a short seller, you might want to look for some shorts that look just like these charts. Hello, Scott. What's my thoughts on XOVR? E-shares. ER shares, private, public, crossover. Well, I'm not really sure what the ETF is, but it doesn't matter because the price action tells us kind of what we've been discussing here. We had a really nice break. Look at this, a rejection at the 50. 1, 2, 3 days. Oh my God, look at all my axioms coming to life here. A rejection at the bad health. 1, 2, 3 days of pullback, and then a secondary push higher. And then we closed above the 50-day moving average saying, hey, I am in fact a healthy stock. Look at me go. Bit of a topping tail there, and then sideways consolidation is super strong. So right here, we've got kind of the crossroads. You've got the 10 SMA. If this stock is intending on having more buyers continue to chase the price higher, I would expect this level to hold right here. So then we have to move to the intraday. And we ask ourselves, looks like many other stocks that are out there, it's back under its 5-day, so it's kind of a short-term caution sign. However, all it has to do is shake off this pesky 10 SMA is trying to push the price back down to lows, which in fact would break the 10 SMA, and we'd have to kind of a free fall down there. So you'd want to stop below today's low, but we want to cheer for price to get back above that 10 SMA and start, building at something at the 1850 level. And if it can do that, then this is legit. You've got overextended, then 1, 2, 3, 4 days of consolidation, basically, in hindsight, because it's going sideways. So ideally, Scott, this holds right here. If you're looking to take profits and maximize your profits, I wouldn't want to see it get back down below these lows. But if it's got more fight in it, it's going to try and do it right here. Oh, look, there's some green in a sea of red. GameStop's trying to bounce for me. There's a great example of the fighting off the daily SMA. And this is what you want your stock to do there, Scott. See how it bounced and then it was fighting off the 10 SMA? Well, doesn't mean it's going to go to lows, but it gives us a binary confirmation that, hey, we've got 3 candles now back above the 15-minute short-term momentum line. So maybe this is it. Maybe the buyers are going to continue to line up for GameStop. Same kind of a scenario there. What's my thoughts on XOVR? I haven't looked at that one. Oh, we did look at that one. I'm sorry. I just answered the same question. Is there anything still above the pinch area that you're speaking of that other stocks are under? I haven't seen any yet. What's the news on GameStop? There's no news yet, but I think there's news impending, because when you've got kind of a CEO has been really just building cash. They've got $9 billion in cash. Basically, here's a company that can just, they're sitting on the sidelines in the catbird seat assessing what business model they really want to chase. And so the next major headline for GameStop is going to be, this is the business model we're going, and we'll see how that's received. But the underlying story, the subtext is, are there still naked shorts in there? And I think there are. Any advice for trading oil and oil stocks? Well, probably don't do it, because there are 24-hour markets or there's futures markets. And it's a headline-driven market right now. I think you just get whipped around. I've been trying to trade uranium stocks, and UAC has just gotten the absolute best of me. So I told myself, whether it's silver mining, gold mining, uranium mining, copper mining, I don't know the number, but I guarantee you if I went back and pulled all those trades in those sectors, I'm losing bad. So I have literally kind of applied the mining stocks to my shit list, regardless of what they are. So oil is just kind of another thing you mine. You pull it out of the ground. It's got supply, demand. It's got headline risk. It's a tough racket. I personally, I'm staying away from oil. I started trading futures in the 90s. We're talking pork bellies, live cattle, live hogs, soybeans, coffee, sugar, cocoa. And back then, I had this wonderful windfall. Let's say we'll go like with the IWM. I would find things that looked like this, that had a big run, and I figured out quickly that when you shorted a commodity after a big run, you got paid really quick, and I enjoyed that feeling. So that was one of my first plays ever, was shorting commodities that had big runs. I would watch them roll over, and I'd be like, "Wow, this is great." But then, things changed, and you lose some money. I remember it was sad. It was my wife's birthday, October 1st, and the pig crop report came out, and I think I can't remember if I was long or short live hogs, and the crop report came out, and the farmers had probably just had a ton of pigs, and I was probably long, and the price it gapped down. Limit, you don't trade. You're done. Limit trade, no trading. And then the second day, limit down, another day, no trading. So you basically just wake up and you go, oh, I'm stuck. Hopefully tomorrow I'm not stuck at a worse price. And so, there was some trials and tribulations in futures, but that's where I kind of cut my teeth in trading. And then what happened was in 98, we were selling our business, and I saw on the cover of Fortune magazine that these young kids were creating electronic crossing networks, ECNs, like Island was the first one. And Island gave retail traders the ability to bid and offer in the fraction market. I'm going to bid 50 and a half and offer 50 and 75 using Island. And all of a sudden, you didn't have to move to New York or Chicago to play that game. You could play it on your computer, and that's when the whole thing just captivated me. Microsoft finally out of the cell. The AI news this morning affected them. That's a damn good looking chart, though. Look at that. Another example of what I've been talking to you guys about. Broke through the 50 and sideways, sideways, sideways. And the sideways action is now giving way to the buyers who are not letting it trade below the rising 10 SMA. So Microsoft is in a trend reversal, possible momentum ignition here. Earnings tomorrow. So be careful on that. No, the SC stands for small cap, but let me show you. I did modify it. I haven't changed the name. So it's basically just a positive market pulse. If we go to configure, you'll see basically the price used to be 5 to 20. I raise it from 5 to 500. So anything that's 5 to 500 that's doing relative volume of 1, I could experiment with that if I wanted to, but I figured out let's at least follow the things that are doing volume, up or down. So new highs, new lows, 30-minute high, 30-minute low, things like that. And so you'll be able to see, like when a sell program comes in, that red spike. Here was a small little buy program there in the green spike. And I see it and I feel it market wide. I see my P&L that all lifts at once and the tickers turn green. So the market's, it's run by computers. When I first started trading, it was run by people. No way would I look to short GameStop. I'm looking to capitalize. This one hasn't had a big run. It's in a range here. It's in a long-term sideways range. So maybe short back here when it was up there if you're thinking about shorting after a big run. But no, I'm playing the opposite. I'm playing they have a $9 billion war chest and nobody knows how they're going to deploy it. And at some point we're going to wake up to a headline. And I still think there's a lot of short sellers in here, much more than 15%. I think there's a lot of illegal naked short sellers and put buyers in here and derivatives. So I want to participate if there's a nice headline and a gap up. I'm hoping it's going to be explosive because of the naked shorting. Yeah, you misheard me. Yeah, I'm trying to exploit the short sellers, Amber. I want to drive their short squeeze and participate in that because I think it could be bigger than people realize. Got it. Good. All right. Anybody have any other stocks? I can look at charts if you guys want to look at the chart if you're not sure. And when you tell me, it always helps to know if you're long or short or thinking about getting long. See Tesla trying to break. Tesla needs to recapture this 5-day moving average. It's had a tough time. So again, this is why I use these moving averages here. It's kind of a fake out right there. So pull it back, maybe try it again. We'll see. All right, Jay, let's look at Apple. It was looking strong yesterday. Earnings. So it's probably just going to coil up into earnings and not do much, kind of like Microsoft was doing, and just wait and see what happens. So it's a gamble. If you want to gamble going into earnings, I normally don't do that on big tech stocks like this, but I am going to gamble on, again, Xerox, because if we zoom out, it's got earnings Thursday. This was at $10 last year. So we're at $1 now, and they're not hurting. They're not in debt. So, well, they do have some debt, but I think they can reinvent themselves. Actually, I got more debt than I realized. I'll let the price action tell me, but the point being was I'm going to ride this into earnings. I think that the risk is missing out versus a rug pull. It's hard to rug pull something that's been downtrodden this bad. Yeah, that's right. The new CEO at Apple, who knows? More of a risk than Tim Cook. Maybe he'll come out of the gates trying to really fluff up the guidance to give himself a good head start. But what we have to do is, if we had to predict, we've come back above the 50-day moving average. The 50-day moving average is not only flat, it's now starting to curl back up. We've gotten our sideways action. And as I said, sideways is stronger than pullbacks in price. Consolidation over time going sideways is always stronger than pullbacks in price. So we have that going as well. Kind of like that Microsoft look. Microsoft is a much better looking chart than Apple, if I had to guess. Did something happen with Amber with the on the guidance conference call? Somebody was complaining that Musk was talking about that they may not be able to deliver the Cybercab self-driving option for people who bought cars because the chip is not going to be up to it. They're going to have to actually upgrade the chip. Did I hear that wrong? I don't know. Yeah, round bottom on Apple too. Hopefully I heard that wrong, Amber, but that's very exciting stuff. I know we talked about that last week. Monetizing your Tesla. I saw a TikTok where the guy bought some aftermarket thing to hold his iPhone next to his steering wheel. So Tesla sees his eyes and thinks he's driving, but he's just watching. He said he was watching Mr. Beast. My God. Find something better to watch. But tricking the system into thinking he was driving. That's fine. They can sell Tesla. Correct about the chip. Yeah, I saw a guy just rant about it. And, you know, that's a fair point, because if somebody was told that you're buying this car and guess what, there's an added bonus that you can monetize this car, and then they go, oh, we're sorry about that. That's kind of messed up. I mean, got to call balls and strikes where you see them. As much as I do love the company and Elon, that was kind of messed up, but maybe they'll make it up to him. But the person that was ranting about that was probably hates them to begin with, so. Very messed up, yeah. It was kind of a bait and switch. Look into that, Amber, because I actually thought about it. I was like, hey, I was talking to somebody about that on our YouTube stream that was looking forward to using their model for that. And hopefully it doesn't affect you. But maybe, you know, I don't know about this. Maybe they just have to upgrade the chip. I don't know. Thoughts on UAE leaving OPEC? I love it. Anything that can destroy the old guard, leaving OPEC and opening up the channels of energy to not be centralized in OPEC, I'm for it. Let's do more. Let's bring more of that. I think the oil prices now are very temporary. You know, until things sort themselves out, I still think, you know, they're not going to last long up here. I still think they're going to come down. I don't know when. They could go higher another $10 before that happens and blow out all the people who are trying to short right here just to spite them. But you know, we see things like that leaving OPEC, and it's just going to be more supply. There's going to be more decentralization of options, whether it's the Gulf of America or Saudi or over there. They're going to have better options. But yeah, hopefully that's something that ideally they have a nice solution to the people who are disappointed by that Tesla news. If that's the case, you know, maybe they can swap out a new chip or give you a massive credit on a new purchase. I don't know. Excuse me. All right, I'll be here another few minutes, you guys. Barry's going to show back up. Any valuable data on watching the volume bar at the close? No, there's not, especially on options expiration day. If anything, that end of day volume bar you see in the SPY and many others, it's just noise. It's literally the settlement of the algos. you've got algos just leaning one direction, and then at the end of the close, boom, it's block trades settle up, they're done. And all it's doing is just confirming that most of the liquidity is being worked through algorithms, and they have to settle up by the close. And it's just not like the old days where you'd have constant volume throughout the day and nice, smooth pullbacks. No, now we have wicked pullbacks and liquidity hunts and thin volume, and then big volume spikes at the close as the algorithms settle up. It's just noise. I don't derive anything of it other than it's just a reminder of kind of how, I don't know, you can say broken, but how different the markets are than they used to be. I don't think they're a fair market right now for many reasons, whether it's payment for order flow or some of the things Jane Street can get away with, Citadel can get away with. Buyers are trying to step in now and not let these indexes break below that 10 SMA. Okay, well, I'm glad that affects you. Not too bad, it looks like. Seems like we're getting a little buy program here. As you see how you use this, like getting a lot of green on my high-low ticker, and this little uptick as the selling abates. Usually means there's a buy program, and every single chart you look at, you're going to see a little green candle start to form. It's all correlated, but I kind of like using this thing just to get a feel for the market pulse. I'll share it before I leave if anybody's curious about it. You can use it too. Barry.
I'm here.
I hear the chair squeak. You hear a pop, I hear a chair squeak.
Yeah, I need a little oil in this chair. It's been unoiled for about probably about 12 years.
The Tin Man.
It's
oil
been a great
can.
chair, though.
Oil can.
The oil can, yeah, exactly.
Tin Man.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All
I'll go to bat for you at the meeting, Barry.
Please, well, look, the proof, old cliche, but the proof is in the pudding. Yep. Okay, it's that simple. Just, I mean, I actually wish we had a stat on how good the reentries were. Well,
Maybe
just
they
overall
could create
statistics on reentries. Yeah.
They might be able to create one.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I'll let you know
so you're doing double duty. So I'll see you on Thursday.
I'll be here
Okay.
Thursday.
Well, on Thursday, let's get that profitable and checked
for you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. See you. Thanks.
Bye.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Let me get my layout up and running in YouTube. Should be up and running in YouTube now. Music Maestro. Okay, both rooms right now. Yeah, I see AKAN new highs. Wow. So I think this has just turned into obviously a trade. I don't see, I mean, we're talking about last week about the cannabis new laws for you guys in your country. Okay, let's just take a look at MSOS. I want to see what the index is doing before I open my mouth. Yeah, I mean, MSOS is not doing anything now. The cannabis index, but AKN now is sort of taken on basically a trading life of its own. Okay, nothing wrong with that, but that's what it is. Super low float, crazy low float, 500,000. So in other words, there's a disconnect now between that initial news about cannabis in your country, in the States, and what's happening now with this. Meanwhile, what a shellacking. Is this here at all? No, not at all. I would not have guessed this. I would have thought that Bed Bath and Beyond, just because it's one of those stocks that I call it a meme stock. Maybe it's not technically a meme stock, but I mean, back in the day, it certainly was. And I thought that people are just traders would say, you know what, let's do it. And with that 13% short float, earnings, and all that. But man, what a high of 767, right back down to 5 now. But actually, not. I mean, not only did it not maintain its gains, but it's below yesterday's close. Meanwhile, the market. So the market, I haven't really been following the market today. Last time I looked, it was just hanging around the VWAP, but we're in a bit of a slump here, a little bit of a slump. We're underneath the VWAP right now. All right, guys. Yeah, probably. So I see IFRX from our AI. It's pretty good trade. 175 on the entry, 193 now, 10% move. You know, I would not have thought this of this stock. Okay, KFRC. We saw this in the pre-market. It was an earnings play. It was up a little bit, but only about 10,000 or 6,000 trade shares are traded. It was some really, really low number, maybe 16,000. I think I have my minimum of 10 when I'm looking at pre-market. And look at it though. I mean, amazing. $4 move from more than a $4 move, $14 move, but a $4 move from our AI. Okay, guys, 1 o'clock now. So I think what I'll do is I'll go over my homepage one last time for the day. So on my homepage, we still have these promo codes for taking out a premium annual or a premium monthly. They're still alive, probably gone tonight. Okay, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. This is sort of an extended day. These are always going to be there. But if you want to take out an annual premium subscription, you can get 30% off using my code Barry30. If you want to get just take a month of premium, you can get 25% off. That's the first month only. Okay, all these monthly codes are good for the first month only. So you can use 25 Barry to get 25% off the first month of a premium subscription, and then 15%, 15% off the first month only of a standard, or 15% off an annual. And as always, all I ask, use my code. Okay, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, helps to keep the rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room, the trading room. Okay, and they're both free. So if you're in YouTube right now wondering about this room, you can come over to this room, the trading room. It is free also. A couple of benefits. First of all, a lot more interaction with other traders. And plus, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, well before the so-called market open at 9:30. I call it so-called because does the market ever really close? But anyway, 6:45 a.m. I don't do it. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi. He lives in the Boston area. So I live in Vancouver. So I cannot do that. So he does it. I get on the mic for both rooms at around, I'm going to say 9:15 now, sometime between 9 and 9:15. Okay. Then this room is open. Now I usually go to about 2 to 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are questions, but sometime between 2 and 2:30 is when I leave. Um, I don't know, Obi, if you have made up your mind about whether or not you want to continue after I leave. If not, just let me know, please, so I know to shut the room down myself. So just let me know if you want to continue after I leave. It'd be appreciated if you do that. And then education. So if you, oh, sorry, one more thing. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. So Steve Gomez, who took over for me for an hour in our YouTube room, he's the originator of the trades of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. Again, you'll get it before the market opens every morning, Monday morning. Okay. So if you're taking out a subscription or just thinking about it, go to the education section, click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, more info. So this is mandatory. If you take out a subscription, the first thing you must do is this: getting started with trade ideas. Okay. 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have the product and wondering about it, I would start off with that second video, go to the end. It should give you an idea about what we're all about. You can always take a subscription for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them. Last, if you're looking for my scans and races, etc. So click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, view the scan. So large cap gainers is here. Wide open race is here. Doesn't have any real filter restraints other than maybe I think a price range and a minimum volume, but this has minimum market cap, minimum float, etc. Okay. Movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. This is basically taking two alert windows with well, you know what? I'll go over this just to show you what I'm talking about. So here's the green data. So green data means the stock is making a new high for the day. Here are the filters. So if the stock is between 50 cents and $30, 300,000 shares have traded. The last minute volume, 300% are normal, up 2% from yesterday's close, etc. So if a stock makes a new high, this works in the pre-market. New high or new high of the day, or a pre-market high or a post-market high. So sort of remember what these are. So basically what you can do is we have a flip feature. And what can be flipped will be flipped. So you can flip a new high to new low, obviously. You cannot flip a price range, but you can flip the prices up 2%. You can flip it to down 2%. And so let's take a look at the red data. So this is what's happened. It's been flipped. What can be flipped will be flipped. So it's just two competing scans with similar filters. And show me the stocks with similar filters. They're making new highs of the day. That'll be in green. And new lows of the day. There's the Bed Bath and Beyond making a new low. Okay, so it's like two competing scans. So you could have two separate alert windows side by side, and you'd get the same. This is just a different way of showing our data in the old style of crawl. Pulse resumes is down here. Wow, look at the HTCO halted how many times now? 9 times now. Pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. That's what I use in the pre-market, finding the stocks that are obviously up the most or down the most. 4 other scans that I'm currently sharing: a momentum scan, a gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. I don't have these 3 open, but I do have this one open. On my other monitor right here. So you can ask me questions about anything trade ideas related. If it's an accounting program, that's the only thing I really can't answer. I'll have to direct you to our accounting people. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what you meant was, because S is not here, but, so there was Eras. So and Eras has come back. I mean, Eras has been actually, a great two-way trade. I didn't take it on the long side at all, but what a great bounce. I mean, from the $8 level, 8.50 or so, all the way up back up to 10.29. That's why, you use this all you did was use this like a watch list. And, you know, delivering you the alert and figure out a way to trade them. I mean, just because Euros was a short and was an awesome short, but didn't mean that it couldn't turn around, you know, and become a long, especially when it broke over the VWAP. So you might have missed all this, or you may have been one of these people that said, you know what, I don't mind a sort of a reversion to the VWAP type trade, or you wait for the VWAP to break. It's still a good trade, even if you wait for the VWAP to break. It's all about where you put your stop. Well, William, what do you think? Is this the next one to go to zero? Singaporean though, right? Singaporean stock, HDCO. Nonsensical that it did this yesterday, $56. Wow. No kidding. The last time you were talking $16. Well, that blew through that. AKAN. Again, this is just it's piggybacking on that day it had here. It's a cannabis play, but it's now completely trading on its own. It's nothing to do now with the because we looked at MSOS, which was down a little bit. So the ETF for the sector down a little bit, but this is now just trading 500,000 shares in the float. Not shortable for me, of course. Halted now at 1808. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, the SBLX. Not shortable for me. Look at that little break of the VWAP at 397. I was looking at it, but no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. No shorts at for AKA, which is usually a good thing. I'd be when you get that sort of a float, anything can happen, and it is happening now. So, William, when you're looking at the or the stock earnings, whatever it was, earnings whispers, are that is that where you're getting like the beat raise and the or the miss downgrade or whatever? Is that where you're getting all that from? Interesting. And is that free? I mean, I know earnings whispers can be free, but or is that you have to pay extra to get that little nugget about about the beat? Oh, really? So the beat. No, okay. Well, that's a nice. Not that it's funny though, isn't it? With the AMKR beat raised and just got tanked. So you can look at that, of course. I'm gonna take a look at that site You could look at that, of course, for the earnings after hours, and then maybe make some kind of a plan for the next day. Maybe. Oh, I see. So the little up arrow or the equal and then the down arrow, that's kind of telling you, let me see if I see anything that has two. So I'm assuming three positive arrows up, obviously up would mean beat, beat, raise. Is that what that means? So this has got nothing. I thought maybe that meant beat and then neutral and then down for, I guess not. Yeah. Okay. So that's what I mean. So green up. So that's a beat. Thought I was I thought I was looking at that. 28 today's Tuesday. Okay. Okay, look at KO, 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 KO. Got to scroll down, I guess. Not in alphabetical order. Got to pay extra for that. It is well, I don't see KO, so I must be looking at it wrong. Maybe well, I selected the 28th. 28th right here before the open, after the close. So, or is it not looking at the open because we're in the afternoon now? It's looking. Oh, I see. So it's default. So these are the afternoon ones. Okay. Oh well. Okay, that's why. So we don't know. We don't know what if it's going to be a beat beat miss or whatever yet. So you'll look at this in post market and just see what these are. I got it. Okay. Not sure why SBLX is showing up 143. Hmm. Because I don't see SBLX. I know was when you say up. So it's up right now a dollar, but it's drifting down. So remember that this number is just what the current price. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, so that all that means it's up for the day 595. Not so if you saw the up 143, that just means it was up a dollar 43 for the day, not up in the rate. So maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're talking about. But the 5 minute race has no bearing on it. That's just telling you how much it's up for the day. That number there, okay, that number there, that I'm pointing at. So ATLN is up 38 cents for the day. It's not 38 cents for the race. It better be. Yeah. Okay. That number over here beside, if you can see it. No, no. It, you can, as it stretches out, no, because this percent is just telling you it's up 23.5% for the day. Okay. I mean, it's going to change. Okay. 80. So Ader's up 88% for the day, up 58 cents for the day. This number here, the 1.49. Now, is if this expands enough, you'll see the actual dollar amount. Okay. So don't get confused. This is just what's happened for the day. That like the percentage is up for the day and how much it's up just for the day. These numbers here. Okay. This number here, normally you see, eventually you see like a dot, like 8 cents or something like that. There you go. See, it's up through. It has to. There you go. A dollar. So well, this is supposed to be accurate. I mean, Ader. I mean, I don't. I cannot. I cannot tell you about SBLX earlier. I'm just looking at it right now, but that number is just telling you it's up 3.25% and 7 cents. Now it depends if you're. Oh, I'm doing this from the open. Okay, I'm doing this from the open, not the close. Meanwhile, AKA. Oh my gosh, $20 now. Wow, crazy guys. Well, this is the crazy one today for sure. Congrats, anybody in it? Not me. Nice break right here. I right there. Nice. You would have thought, oh, yeah, okay, 13, that's too expensive. But look at this. What a break right there. Volume came in. Now, I don't know what the spread was like. I can't answer it. Delta, everything looks good. 5 minute change from the open. I can't, I'd have to have seen it myself. I can tell AKN, yeah, move 35%, $4.30. I mean, all I can do is look at what I've got, and I want to make sure. And it did move $4.30, 35%. Okay, William. Okay, use the left arrow in that box to see this morning's earnings. Okay, let me get to that again. Oh, I see the left arrow right up the top here. All right. I'll take a look this afternoon though when the market closes, and even tomorrow morning, just out of curiosity. I don't have a lot of time in the morning. That's the problem. Okay, I've got to look at that again. Sorry, William, I did not see that. So let me. I don't know where that left arrow is. I was looking quickly. Where is that left arrow you're talking about on this? Oh, reported. Okay. You know what? As somebody said earlier, I'll figure it out. Oh, here it is. There it is, right there. Now. Okay. Okay. Spot. Okay. Get out of here, Best Buy. So beat, miss on the guidance. Yeah, no, I got it. I've got the spot here. So it means they beat on what revenue was flat on earnings or not those arrows. So here's the reported column. So I see the 404. Yes, I see 530 underneath. Well, that's a beat. Okay. And then what's the 530 in red? Okay. And then where's the guidance? To the far right. Ah, guidance. I have to click on that or so what is that supposed to tell me? That in line. Okay. So not so had it been just a right arrow, up is raised. Okay, cool. I like that. Okay. Guidance raised for K. There. Oh, I see. So this was a beat for I see. Okay. Got it. Thank you, William. Go now to your appointment. So did Coca-Cola did what did it do today? Yeah, it's up. All right. So how's the AKN doing? AKAN doing halted on the way. Well, I don't know what's happening, but there's your projected open. Perhaps. Well, I don't know. That's ridiculous. So I don't know where it's going to open. It is still halted. Yes, it is. But halted at 120. So this is going to be more than a 5 minute halt. Yeah, it'll be so if they're not 5 minute halts, they're usually multiples of five. So that would be a 10 minute halt. So it could open at 130 plus 1 second if that's the case. MLEC. Why do I think this is going to be like 5 cent a 5 cent stock? MLEC. Oh, you surprised me there, Baba. Not a nice looking 2 minute chart with the little gaps and all. Certainly the volume is good, but and half a million in the float. Kind of a weird looking 2 minute chart with little gaps. Yeah, it was a mover, right? I can see that, up to, $11 or so a few weeks ago, a couple of weeks ago, I guess, yeah. Really? It was $12 after hours yesterday, okay. Amazingly, 2,000 shares available to short at Interactive Brokers with a, nice, fee rate of 474,000 or 474%. So I think Williams cutoff is 350. All right, I wanna take a look at some of these stocks here in the, okay, I don't like Nokia just because so many shares in the float. That's a for it, that's a big move, 3%. Just looking for a stock that might be just over the whole number. Lending Club is an earnings play, guys. Now, Monica, are you around? Monica sometimes takes off. Just wanted to point out because this is one that's coming right into the 200-day moving average. Monica was asking earlier about what about taking bounces off that 200-day moving average. There's LC coming right into it. Came into it yesterday. Came into it is coming into it right now. 200-day moving average. The actual number is 1663. So it's I mean it's basically right there. So will this act as support? It's down, not down a ton, but it is an earnings play. Will this act as support? So if this bounced a little bit, let's say it got up to 1680, okay, 1680, so you could put your stop around 1660. You know, actually that no. If you took it now at 1671 and if it broke down through, you put your stop right around say 1660, 3 cents under the 200 day. So you got about a 10-cent stop if you took it right now and you thought maybe the 200 day would hold it, act as support. Not saying to do it. I'm just saying that it's an idea. And with trade ideas, you can find stocks near the 200-day moving average if you want, just to see maybe how they perform around that. All right, guys. Well, 133 is slowed down now, guys, for me. No, no questions coming up. So, okay. I always love it when somebody says, I have a simple question. But go ahead. Sack a plan or suck a plan or no. That's a very simple question. Very simple answer. No. Years ago, we used to allow it, but it was a disaster. And so, the best way to use the AI is manually. Okay. So I know why people want to do it. They want to, get up in the morning, turn the AI on, come home at the end of the day, and hopefully count their money. It just doesn't work. So sorry. You can automate your own strategies. If you have your own strategies that you back test and you're comfortable with. Is it possible to identify the strategies that are defaulted in Holly? I don't know what you mean exactly. I mean, here are the so I've never cared about what strategies. Oh no, you cannot. No, no, that's proprietary. That's the whole idea of it. If you could replicate it, then nobody would take the service. In theory, okay. In theory, I see what you're trying to say. No. Well, but it, you did. You wouldn't have traded it out. Where's your stop? I mean, this is remember now. AKN now is well. When did it trade it out? I mean, it's halted now. It would not trade it out while it was halted. I mean, but understand that it resumed and then within 20 seconds it got halted again. So there was about a 20-second period where before it got halted again that you could have got traded out. You see, it resumed at 135 plus 18 seconds, and it halted 18 seconds later. So almost, that would have been almost immediately. Yes. Yeah, you can automate your own Yeah, you build your own strategy, back test them, get satisfied that you want to get satisfied that you do want to auto trade it, and then you can auto trade it. Yes. When you say you need that halt list, you mean you need the scan? It's on my homepage. It's called Halts Resumes. So go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and scroll down, middle section, scans, and then halts resumes. Now, you'll only see the last one. If you load it right now, you're only going to see the last one of the day, okay? But if you incorporate this as part of your layout, and when you load trade ideas, then, assuming, I don't know when you load trade ideas, but assuming it's before the market opens, say at 9:30, you can get a halt in the pre-market, but it's only a news halt. It's not there are no volatility halts in the pre-market, okay? You can get a news halt, of course, after 9:30, but so the only halt you can possibly get in the pre-market is a news halt, some news coming out. But as you can see, virtually every single, I don't think there's one news halt here. Yeah, every single halt is a volatility halt. Doesn't mean there can't be one during the market after 9:30, but it's rare. There should be no AI suggested sell price with the premium serve. There was a long time ago, there was a target, okay? And I'm talking a long time ago, but there is no suggested sell price anymore. The stop is always automated. The stop is automated. Okay, you don't have to follow it, of course, but when you get an alert, there's a stop that is immediately generated, but there is no target. Okay. Now, if you're looking at something that said there was a target, it must be a video from a long time ago. Yeah, it's possible a long time ago. I mean, we used to try to put a target on, but that was the reason why it wasn't working. Because, and I'll be honest, also with the stop, because we had situations where a stock, let's just say for argument's sake, let's just say I'll take well, I don't want to take that one. Let's take one for today. IFRX, okay? So IFRX was an alert right, where was it? Right, I'd have to back it out on what time is that? No, right here. Well, it's hard to see, but there's IFRX was at 9:41. So, well, there's a blue, not that buy flag. That's a coincidence, but there's a blue arrow under there you can't see. So there was the alert price, okay, at 175. Stock gets up to 189, okay? Comes back down, gets back up to 195. Now, if you didn't sell probably some here, or certainly some in here, and you're just letting it come right back down to and that's what would happen sometime with the AI. It wouldn't know to sell some. Like a trader would always sell some. It would wait, and now you're at the original buy price, and then it hits the stop, and so it looks like a loss. When nobody, any trader in their right mind would never let that happen. Well, sell half or sell some, but because it just couldn't, there just wasn't a way to say, okay, take half, take a quarter here, or take a certain percent. So again, the way I use it now, I just wait for resells or re-enters. I miss the ones that continue right, like this one was awesome. The alert was at 42.68. It's 42.60. It's a $4 move right now. And it could have been even more. Here's another good example, perhaps. No, what if this actually hit 50 and now it's at 46? Still, it would still be up 9%. But if you didn't sell any at 50, you're just waiting till the end of the day, or some kind of I think we used to have targets, and the targets were maybe not that realistic. So you're waiting for a target and it doesn't hit it. It comes within like 10 cents of a target and then starts drifting down. You're waiting and waiting to see if it hits the target. Meanwhile, you're up $4 in a stock, and by the time you sell, maybe you're only making 50 cents, because you finally give up. So it just was not very difficult to automate. So, but I tend to now wait for the reentries. When you get so I waited on the reentry. I will miss out the ones that immediately move. Okay, immediately move, absolutely. But I actually rather wait for reentries. You don't always get them. No, so notice these other stocks don't have any reentries. The only way you get a reentry, and the ERS was, awesome, was you had an entry at. Let's take a look at it on a chart. Why isn't that buy flag? Oh, I said down arrow. Okay, so the alert was at for ERAs, okay, was at 942, and there's a little down arrow. That means it was a short opportunity, okay? So if you had taken it at 940 on the short at 1014, you know, now Grant, I don't know if it moved down here and then came up, and that's where you got the alert, okay? I'd have to reduce my time frame, but the bottom line is this: let's just say it did work right from the beginning at 1014. It got down to 985. Then it came back up and it hit the stop. See, it barely hit the stop at 1044. Later on. So if you just waited, you said, you know what, I don't want to take it. I'll wait to see if there's a re-entry. Of course, your entry is always going to give you a better entry because it's going to be halfway between the original price, which was, remember, this is a short, 1014 and 1044. Halfway between that is 1029. So you could have wait. So if you wait for a re-entry, remember, this is to short. Obviously, 1029 to short is better than 1014. So do they all work like this? I mean, this got all the way down to $8 or 8.50. I mean, it was an awesome. It's when I did. Now I didn't do it at 1029. I sort of have a bit of a phobia taking stocks until they break like a major whole number like 10. So I took it just under 10. It still worked out great for me. But that's what I do now. I just wait for reentries. No, I'm not saying that's what everybody should do. But no, this one, 5118, it got over 52. Not bad. Well, yes, I always wait for entries. The main reason is that I probably can't pay attention right after, there's so much happening for me right at the beginning of the day. So some of these alerts, the earliest alert you're going to get is 940. Okay. So you see there's one at 941. This was a fairly active day, getting 941, 942, 942, 942. So you guys kind of get a little bombarded of alerts right off the bat. Usually that doesn't happen, but can't control it because whatever strategy generated KFRC and AMKR. I mean those were the triggers, and so these stocks triggered based on the strategy that they were in, and you can't say, well, don't and that happened at 942 and 942 and 942. Could have been different strategies. Remember, there are about 50. I don't know how many strategies there are anymore. They get optimized overnight, but they are typically all different strategies. Well, I mean, you can see 942. This was a short strategy for ERAs at 942, and this is a long one so obviously different strategies. 942 on the long side, 942 on the short side. So these would have been different strategies. And remember, you can put a sound alert on your AI window. So when you get it, when an alert comes in, you'll hear it. You'll hear the sound. Different sounds. We've got a great feature called sound alerts. So you put it. Let's say you had 3 alert windows and the AI. So you put different sounds on the different AI on the different alert windows, and one on the AI. So when you hear a sound, then you know which window to look at. No, you mean the AI? I mean, we start working in the pre-market, but the AI earliest alert is 940. That's because Most of the time, it's because even though I agree that there's a lot of action now in the pre-market with enough volume, but they've decided that the best thing to do, and none in the post market. Now, when you're talking about when you say this, if you're talking specifically the AI, only um, between 9:40 and then it exits every trade at 3:45, 3:55. Not because it just gets out of every trade 5 minutes before the market closes. Yes, you can create your own scans in the pre-market. Absolutely. The only thing don't use is the relative volume filter. Oh yeah. When you say this, yeah, I mean it. This race, for instance, I mean, you may not want races, but this works in the pre-market. All if you're looking for stocks making new highs in the pre-market, then to show you what filters you would use. Search, type in pre. So, for instance, you can pre-market highs. So, if you're looking for stocks making highs in the pre-market, you would use this real-time alert. Market lows. The only thing you just cannot use if are you a subscriber right now, or is this why you're asking questions? Okay, so so I don't want to complicate it then for you, okay? Because there are certain filters that if you use, they'll block data coming in the pre-market. But most of them. But of course, you can create your price range, minimum volume that you're looking for. If you're looking for stocks, then making new pre-market highs or pre-market lows, things like that, which is typically, or you just want to see the stocks that are up the most in the pre-market or down the most in the pre-market, things like that. So, for instance, if I go to my home page, my scans. So if I click on the pre-market, oops, pre-market actives up, what it kind of looks like. Now this works now too, but I mean I don't use it. I only use it till 9:30. Okay, Eastern time. But this is so these are so if you're just looking at this in the pre-market, you could sort on the change from yesterday's close or whatever you want to sort on, and find the stocks that are up the most in the pre-market or down the most in the pre-market, things like that. Or the other way is if you want to see stocks making new highs in the pre-market, you'd use what we call an alert window. This is a top list window that just ranks stocks. Show me the stocks that are up the most, show me the stocks that are down the most, things like that. But absolutely, okay. Now it's working now. I mean, it works all day if I wanted it to, but I basically look at this in the pre-market, and then once at 9:30, I just close it down. You cannot automate with Schwab. No, the only you can automate with E-Trade, Interactive Brokers, now TradeStation, and Alpaca. You can automate with Schwab. Not that we don't want to, but their API. I mean, sometimes these companies don't really care whether we can work with them or not. Okay. I don't know which one works the best. I mean, if you're looking for commission free, Interactive Brokers is still 5 cents a share, but you get what you pay for. Um, I couldn't tell you which one works the best. I've never automated, and I never will. So, but E-Trade is commission free. E-Trade, without any experience at all, but I'm told that E-Trade, if you're looking to do some early trading, like right at 9:30, it can have a bit of a bottleneck. I wish William was still here. He would say that E-Trade is not great in the first. There you go. Pepe is okay. So Pepe says E-Trade is the least reliable. In my opinion, Interactive Brokers is probably one of the most reliable. Thank you, Pepe. It's just that you have to pay half a cent a share commission, but I don't know if it doesn't bother me. Trade Station has been around for a long time, so I'm sure Trade Station must be pretty good. It's sort of a new addition to the family. And Alpaca, I have no experience with whatsoever. But IB is how well, I guess we actually started with IB and E-Trade in terms of auto trading your own strategies. I'm in Canada, so I'm limited, but I've had Interactive Brokers. Well, you can't say never have shorts, and you can't say E-Trade always has shorts. I mean, now depends what you're trying to short. I mean, a lot of times when I look at a stock like what was that one that we were looking at? Was it AKAN? Yeah, so AKAN. Now, for instance, does E-Trade have shorts for AKAN? I'm thankful that Interactive Brokers does not have shorts for AKAN, as an example. Okay. Well, okay. Interactive Brokers, I mean, this is what Interactive Brokers would say. The contract will be available for short sale if the shares can. So in theory, it's not that they'll try to locate hard to borrow, right? Hard to borrow. Okay. Rarely do I get the big red dot that says, you know what? We're never allowing you to short this. So if you don't care about shorting, okay, it's like a plan. If you don't care about shorting, then I think Interactive Brokers is very reliable. I've had it for wow, over 10 years now. Yeah, 10 years. November of 2016 or January of 2016. They always send me something then. They don't send me money. They just say, thanks for being a subscriber, but every January. Yeah, fire away. Give me a moment. I will be right back. I will, honestly, 20 seconds. Right? Well, it's like a plan. Maybe one day this will be your work. Well, I'm sharing a lot of my scans also, but I mean, you're right. We do have predefined channels that you can take a look at, clicking on new and then doc channel bar. These are all explosive winners, the most, these are all themed crypto. These are all theme-based channels. You can take a look at them. So if you don't want to create anything from scratch, I'm also sharing a lot of my scans. Okay. So I'm sharing these two races. The races may not be what you want, but I've got a momentum scan, a gap scanner, normal ops activity plus 10-day daily break, combo scan, what we call the Pepe scan. I've got this one that I've got over here. Doesn't give very many alerts over the course of the day. So I am sharing a lot of my scans also. Well, you can use Holly. Don't say you can use it, but if we're talking about automation, then yes. If you're bound and determined that you want to automate something, it's rare that any one of our subscribers does that because you have to create your own strategy. You have to back test it. We have something called the back testing tool. Back test the strategy. So you can say, okay, if I took every single like this scan right here, I took every single alert that happened in this scan over the last say 63 days, three months, what would have happened? Okay, that's kind of the idea of the back tester. And then you get some kind of an equity curve, and if it looks decent, decent, like so if this were your, you got to go, but let's pretend this was a graph and here's your starting point. Obviously, if you did that and it was straight down, obviously not a good. Yes, you can do that with paper trading. Yes, we have a simulator that uses our real-time data. So if you took your strategy that you thought, what, I think this is going to be a fantastic strategy. I looked at it on the internet, or Yahoo told me that this was going to be a great strategy, or YouTube, some guy from YouTube said you'll make $1 million in a week using this strategy. Okay, and then you plug in the values and you run it, and it's straight down, equity curve straight down. Okay. Now, if the equity curve looks decent, it's moving higher, then you can start to tweak. That's the idea of because you might find a better time period to take trades, maybe a better price range to take trades, things like that. That's so. I mean, you can spend a lot of time with a back tester. I have no time to do that, but some people do, and it's kind of fun. I used to do it a long, long time ago, and it's kind of fun if you're into stuff like that. There you go. Nuclear loves the back test. I mean, back testing is funny. If you've got the time, the problem with the problem with back testing and nuclear, you have to keep at it because you can back test something and it looks pretty darn good. Okay, you got a nice little equity curve moving higher. It looks like you've got 65% winners. Your profit to win loss is pretty good. But you run it, and then a week later you say, "Wait a minute, it's not working as well." So you got to go back to the drawing boards, and you might have to do some tweaking, with either the price range or something else. Add a filter, take one out. That's in essence what the AI does. It runs through, a lot of different permutations and combinations. So again, I don't know how many strategies there are anymore. There used to be about 75. It'll go through a routine overnight and take each strategy and see, okay, does this look decent? And if it does, then it starts to tweak it, optimize it, so it looks maybe a little bit better. And then the ones that pass a certain profit win loss ratio and a profit gain, etc., they pass. Then they're delivered for tomorrow. Okay, those are the ones that sort of pass, and so those would be the ones you'd see for tomorrow. Now, just because they optimize well doesn't mean that today, they're going to all work. Okay, I think we just might have lost something, guys. Did you lose my? Did you lose my? The reason I say that is this popped up on its own, and usually when that does, can you see that? When that does, that means that I'm fine. Okay, so that popped up on its own. So sometimes that means I'm getting a disconnect. Okay, thanks, Pepe. So J Villa, Villa, Vija, depending, maybe you're out of Colombia. So he's sharing one. Okay. Strategy, bullish market in a bullish market. Okay. So let's take a look at it. That's very nice of you to share it. Okay. So right now, so let's back test it. Now, typically when you back test during market hours, it can be very, very, very slow. So can you give me your parameters just out of curiosity? So Villa. Okay. Can you give me your parameters, like your start time, your end time, all day? So you start at 9:40 though, 9:45. That's your start time. So to give it 15 minutes. Okay, and then simulate buy. I'm assuming 10 minutes after. Okay, so there's 9:40, 10 minutes after the market opens, and so simulate the buy. Just let's see what happens. And you're going to end at 4. So you're going to hold all day, or you're going to you start off with 50,000. That doesn't have to be your account, of course, but this is what I mean. When you do it during market hours, it's going to get very, very slow. Typically, yeah, looking pretty good. I will have to look at the filters that you're using. Now you've got several triggers here. Interesting. I've only used it with yeah. So hopefully you haven't curve fitted too much, but okay. Um, I actually thought you couldn't do this. I thought you had to pick one trigger. I guess not Pepe. I guess I'm wrong, right? Yeah, I thought you had to pick one trigger. You've got a bunch of triggers here. I mean, I suppose it. Okay, so you are putting so you're free commission. So it is fine. Okay, so you can have. I didn't know that. I thought you only had to pick one trigger. So you're commission free now. What you haven't done is put a. They used to have commission per share. That used to be what I used to call the. Give me a moment. I want to put this right here. The slippage. We used to call it slippage. I don't know why we call it. I haven't looked at this for so long because what you're saying here is you're gonna get out exactly. You're going to get in exactly at the time of the alert and get out exactly when you want to, which in a real world may not happen. So that's why we used to have a slippage filter, which is I'll put 5 cents. Still not bad. Okay, I mean it's up, but you're starting with $50,000 and you're ending up with 50,570. I mean, so on a I mean it's not bad. But here's now what we're talking about on the optimization. How many? Well, you see, you've got very few trades, right? You might be curve fitting a little too much. I don't want to dissuade you. If you're making money with it, great. But there's so few trades. I think Pepe may have a better idea, but I think for the company, I think we have to have when we have these scans, have to have at least 100 trades, like a bigger sample size. Because you could say, you know what, this looks like all I should do is trade between $6 and $9. Okay, because I have a 100% win rate. It's only one trade though. You know what I mean? So I can't help you. When you say you want to improve it, I cannot help you. So you've got a current volume of at least 7. Okay. I mean, 7 is, it's pretty high, but you'd have to, the float is no more than, so you want to underneath 150 million. That's fine. That's what I mean. You'd have to play around with this, play around with these values, or maybe take a couple out to see if you get more. You'll obviously get more trades if you take a couple out or change the values. Okay. And I can't help you with that. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If people have the time and the inclination to do this, it can be a lot of fun. But very few trades, very few trades. And listen, if it's working and it's working well for you, then don't do anything. But anyway, that's the idea. Well, that volume on 1,000% is at the volume in the last 5 minutes is at least 1,000% of normal. So what they're looking for here is like a big volume burst, like something like like that. No, I have no better idea. The only idea would be you know, to either reduce some of these values. You can maybe make it 500%, maybe or reduce the current volume to 4, and keep running the back tester and just seeing. Oh, he didn't back test it for 64 days. Oh, okay. Well, that's another thing. I should have looked at that. Back test it for at least 64 days. Then did you only back test for a month or? Where do you even pick the days anymore? I thought it was a lot. Test days. Okay, you had it for here. So if you run the slider over to here, 64 days. Okay, you had it right here. I don't know. It looks like you're on 28 days or something. So let's just see what happens when you run it for 64 days. You're gonna get more. And you also said to remove the stop loss. But let's just see here how many trades you're going to get just by running it for 63 days as opposed to, it looked like you only had 30. Oh, I see what you said. For 64 days, it's very similar. I see now what you meant. You're not getting that many more. So Pepe says then to get rid of the stop loss. So get rid of this. Oh, yeah, I don't even know. So just remove it. So just don't have get rid of the stop loss. Okay, uncheck it. Now let's see what happens. And run it for 64 days. So Obi, I'm going to be leaving soon. Are you going to keep the room open after? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, 3 p.m. or so. I just reading that now. Thank you. Okay. Now, of course, it's going to take a little bit longer now that we're going to have more alerts. I'm assuming that anyway. All right. You're welcome. Yeah, come on back. I mean, it's free. Can't get better than free. Not the program, but this room. Again, this is really for the sort of the nerds, okay? Yeah, 37 trades, 37 trades. So a little bit more, but still, and look at it, yeah, it plateaus very quickly. So, I mean, I can't tell you how to, what you should do. I mean, maybe you want to reduce you've got a high relative volume of 7, maybe because again, you'd like to have a more trades that you could go in and try to optimize it based on maybe a certain price range that is better. Time of day. You know, you might find that, well, at least here you have 25 trades. It looks like now, of course, you can't automate anything between at 9 o'clock, but it looks like between 9 and 10. Yeah, okay, so between 9:30 and 9:59. So if I were looking at this, I'd be looking at this going, you know what? I would only do this between 9:30 and 9, and now you're starting at 9:40. So let's okay, 9:40. You're starting the trade at 9:40. So you still have 27 trades. Yeah, I'd be almost saying, you know what? That's when I'm going to trade and that's it. Cut it off at 10 o'clock. You get 27 trades there. But don't let me stop you, okay? Don't let me influence you. That's the rest of the day based on what you've got, next to nothing. You'd be wasting your time. No, that's yeah. I mean, look at that. Most of the trades between 9:40 and 10, and a great profit factor. So now what you could do is start to reduce some of the filter values, maybe, and then you're going to introduce more trades and see, just see if you by introducing more trades, it's not affecting too much the profit factor and your win percentage. Okay, so that's it. I used to do this. I used to do it a long time ago. I was excited to do it, but I haven't done it probably for 10 years. Let me know how it works. All right, guys, 2:16. So I think I will take off now. I thanks for all the help, all the questions. Really enjoy it. Obi says he's going to keep the room open till 3ish. So another 45 minutes. I'll keep my layout displayed until then. Okay. You're welcome. So I'm going to just put my announcement up. Hmm. Oh, also, yeah, look at what Pepe is saying. You got to look at the calendar, which I did not look at. You look at the calendar, and all that profit was almost all of the profit was from one day, which is not great. Okay. Because you have to look at the calendar too and see, what was happening on a daily basis. So it looked like, as Pepe is saying, virtually. So you probably had one great trade on that day or something. That has gone wrong with my tool that I use to type. Oh yeah, I remember this. Hmm. Yeah, something's gone wrong with the tool that I type, and which would say I've left for the day. Yeah, it's not working. Okay, you'll have to, I did though. Well, I didn't do it in the task manager. You're absolutely right. I did not do it in the task manager. I've been shutting it down, but I did not do it in the task manager as always. Pepe on my left-hand shoulder whispering at me. That's why this wasn't working also. You know how it was not covering up the bottom here. Yeah. Yeah, that was it. Okay. Now it'll work. Okay. Thanks again, Pepe. I have left for the day. Oops. My layout. Okay. So my layout will be still displayed until 3 p.m. So for those of you in YouTube, I will put my homepage link in. Oh no. Give me now I can't get out of this. It's gremlins today. Usually there's a big arrow at the top here that allows me to okay, that okay, I don't know what happened there. Anyway, it's a great little tool though. It's a great little tool. So for those of you in YouTube, gotta get my homepage link in. So for those of you who are still left in YouTube, if you want to come over to the main room, it's free. It'll be still open till about 3 o'clock. Okay, so another 40 minutes or so. So on YouTube, if you click on my homepage link, I just put it in there. And scroll down to the bottom here, trading room, okay? So this is going to be open till about 3 o'clock. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. So guys, again, thanks for all the help. The main room will be open at 3:45 tomorrow. I'll get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. So I got to shut down YouTube.